Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, folks. Again, my attempts to welcome you in Danish go unapplauded. I mean, I know it's not much, it's just good morning, but still, it does take a little effort to pronounce correctly for those of you who do not speak Danish. It's, it's interesting because actually I have spent quite a few Christmases in Denmark, so it's embarrassing that it still takes me this much effort to say good morning. Anyway, good morning and welcome back. Those of you here in the room and joining us online, it is good to see you and good to have you with us. We have a very exciting program planned today. We're going to start actually by hearing from someone who is working at the forefront of change management on open science globally. Then we're going to spend a little bit of time doing some deep dives with case studies on three quite critical dimensions of reform in research assessment. And then the closing panel will be looking at the challenge of global alignment in a world where we've all come to rely on research mobility. So I think a very exciting and, dare I say, stimulating day ahead of us. But as the feminist scholar and poet Alice Walker says, to remember is to plan. So I'm going to invite our conference chair, David Pearson, to reflect a bit on yesterday's proceedings and also report out on side events that preceded the conference.
Thank you very much, Nick, and good morning to everyone. I hope that you all got some rest and are ready for round two. We have a quite intense program in front of us today. We have an amazing keynote, we have 3 breakout sessions, we have a closing panel and a farewell session, as I'm also looking forward to a lot. I think perhaps it's a little bit too early, not too early in the morning, but too early in the series of events unfolding to sort of give a consistent recap of what we heard yesterday. I thought we heard a lot of interesting perspectives, both from our keynotes and also the panelists. There was a lot of talk about implementation and practicalities and moving to the next level or next stage of actually practicing COERA and responsible research assessment in the flesh, in practice, in our institutions. And also, as we heard from the panelists yesterday, to actually approach that from a number of different perspectives rather than to sort of agree on a new universal framework that everyone now needs to comply with. Then, of course, accepting diversity of approaches and practices and principles is one of the takeaway messages from myself yesterday. But actually, rather than reflecting too much on what happened in particular yesterday, we had a couple of side events already taking place the day before yesterday. Actually, this conference attracted 4 different side events. We had the amazing COERA birthday party yesterday morning at the university, in which I believe, I wasn't there myself, I believe there was a blue cake. And Henk was actually cutting the 3-year sign of COERA's birthday, which was amazing to see. Again, all the stakeholders and the actors coming together. We also had here in the house a European roundtable on how to incentivize researchers to engage in science for policy. So how to create incentives and rewards that are looking at how research is translating into policy making. I just wanted to mention that side event as well, because we had a lot of great speakers in the room and close collaborators. And then the day prior to that, we had Dora organizing a workshop, a co-creation workshop on practices for funding agencies. And we also had the Willem Foundation together with Aalborg University organizing a workshop on emerging research leaders and how they, as early career researchers, can incorporate COERA principles, not only as ways of assessment, but also as sort of a mindset in the way they're organizing and leading their own research teams. So for the latter two, I would invite actually the chairs and the moderators of the workshops to give you just a couple of minutes of conclusions and observations from those two side events. So let's start with the DORA side events. I'm happy to invite Rebecca Lawrence to the floor. She's the vice chair of DORA. Please come up here, Rebecca.
Thank you very much, David, and thank you for having the opportunity to share a little bit about what we were doing on Tuesday. I'm joined here by our co-chairs as well in the room, who are also part of the different parts of the programme, Kelly Kobe and Ginny Barber, as well as Giovanna Lima, who is our programme manager. So the side event that we ran on Tuesday was about helping, as part of our process in co-creating an implementation guide for responsible research assessment for research funding organisations, which builds on the work that we've recently been doing and the guide that we recently put out for research performing organisations, which came out in May. And actually, I think we were really pleasantly surprised at the level of interest in that guide. So it received thousands of downloads within the first few weeks. So it really demonstrated the need for those kind of sort of practical guides, and I think really spurred us on for the research funding guide, which we've been co-developing alongside Science Europe and the Global Research Council. And I think having, really, for this second guide, doing that co-development work has really, highlighted to us just how important it is, actually, that we work together as different organisations and that we align around some of these efforts. And it's been, incredibly valuable, actually, to have that collaboration process as part of the funding guide. Equally, we're working more and more closely with Quora as well, because again, I think we're both recognising how important, we've all got the same aims and goals. We're coming at things in slightly different directions, which is all very important, but there's a lot to do. So actually, the more we can align and come together as communities, the better. So the guides that we've just published in May and the one that we're developing, the whole point here is that it's a set of activities that you can do and implementation moments where you can intervene around responsible research activities. It's not prescriptive. The intention is that you find the best place for you to start, given your context and where you're coming from. And it links to a set of reflective questions, so things that you might want to think about when you're implementing, as well as links to exemplars. That's one thing we've been doing as DORA, is collecting a lot of exemplars, so you get an idea, if you're interested in a particular activity, who else has done this, how have they done it, and maybe go and reach out to them as well. We've had a lot of feedback particularly from Science Europe communities and the GRC communities, our own funder communities of practice, prior to the event on Tuesday. And then Tuesday was really fantastic insight and input around the content, of course, but also the framing of the guide, as well as thinking about how best to disseminate it and how best to structure it in such a way that it's engaging and it's accessible. Because the last thing we want to do is produce yet another big PDF document that, sits on the internet and nobody looks at it. So it will be coming out in May. The intention is to launch it in May at the GRC meeting. So please do look out for it then. In the meantime, please do go and have a look at the Research Performing Organisation document. And really, I'd just like to say a huge thank you to all of those who participated in the side event. I know many of you either were in the side event or have provided input to the various guides that we've sort of developed. So really appreciate that insight. Huge thank you to David and the Sarah team for not only involving DORA in sort of the organisation committee of the main event, but also in generous support and hosting and enabling us to host the side event. And finally, big thank you to Giovanna Lima, our programme manager, who's done an amazing job in running that side event and organising it all, and in putting all the goodies that are in your bag. So if you haven't had a look, and particularly the white box, please do open the white box. You might find that quite entertaining. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Amazing to hear back from the side event on Tuesday. The other side event we were hosting on Tuesday was the one for emerging research leaders, and it's my pleasure to welcome to the floor Stephen Wooding, who's running the Research and Research Unit at Cambridge University, and who was also the chair and the facilitator of the workshop on Tuesday. Welcome, Steve. Be careful. Very good. Otherwise, this works.
Thank you. I'm going to take you on a journey into the future of research assessment. It's a journey that we undertook with a multidisciplinary group of 26 research leaders on Tuesday from the humanities, from physical sciences, from engineering, and from biomedicine. We asked them what were the benefits that Kawara could bring the research system, those challenges might be addressed. They saw benefits in improved outputs and improved research impact, and they highlighted that the success of Kawara could allow individual flourishing in a healthy and more enjoyable research environment. But they saw two big risks. Ingrained conservatism and the burden of assessment. So ingrained conservatism was seen as senior researchers continuing to assess as they have always done, and funders, publishers, and universities continuing business as usual. In that environment, they worried that Kawara might be endorsed but not implemented. They also worried that the burden of assessment would increase because the ways that Kawara encourages assessment to occur take more time. And they were concerned it was hard to do qualitative assessment and that vague guidelines could be difficult to implement. They identified AI as a complete wildcard. They weren't sure whether it would help by allowing research assessment to be done by AI or drown the system in a flood of applications. So they came up with and endorsed 4 ideas for addressing the challenges of ingrained conservatism and burden. Radical reform of the grant system, empowering a generation of emerging research leaders, providing how-to guidance for assessment along with burden estimates, and auditing Kawara compliance. So first, to allow improved assessment, they recognized that there had to be less assessment going on. So they recommended triage and lotteries and standardizing application requirements and formats. Second, to change the dominant mindset among assessors, they encouraged the idea of increasing the panel representation of emerging researchers. So more of them on panels, more of them in the system as a whole. Thirdly, they said that Kawara should produce, and indeed DORA should produce, pragmatic, granular, time-costed guidelines for assessment. What does high-quality qualitative assessment look like, and how long does it take? What metrics are responsible, and how difficult and time-consuming are they to compile? And finally, they suggested that funders might audit compliance with Kawara. So in summary, they felt that Kawara could improve the value of research to society and allow researchers to thrive, but they worried that Kawara would be stymied by resistance to change and the additional time required to implement it. To mitigate those, they suggested changes to grant application, empowering the emerging research leaders, providing clear assessment guidelines, and auditing compliance. And after a day-long journey into the future of research assessment, they said they were inspired to do science in new ways and look beyond the publication record while encouraging others to do the same. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Steve. And I thought it was very suitable for the audience and also for this morning's kickoff session to actually have such a strong and coherent voice from the early career researchers. We had 30 of them working on Kawara principles in their own management and leadership practices for an entire day on Tuesday, led by Steve and Sam, and by Karen from the Willem Foundation. So also thank you very much to you guys for having organized that wonderful session and having included the voices of the emerging researchers that could not participate in the entirety of this conference. So thank you very much for reporting back from the 2 side events. I will hand now the word back to you, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you. I think those were 2 really important report outs, some really concrete steps for us to take to move forward. Now, I want to move on to our keynote today. And Dr. Anna Pertich leads the UNESCO Open Science Programme and has played a central role in developing the recommendations on which that programme is built. She is a toxicologist by training with a PhD in ecotoxicology from the University of Paris South. Anna.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. It's great to see that the room is still full today. Many thanks to the organizers for the invitation and also for allowing me to give you a little bit of a bigger picture, a global picture of where research assessment stands in the global conversations around science, around open science, and around the need for science in today's world. So I always like to start by kind of reminding everybody why open science in particular is important at the UN level, at the global level. It is because we have an agenda. We have the Sustainable Development Agenda, we have these Sustainable Development Goals. All of these goals require science. We cannot reach any of them if science is not included in them. And the point is that the science that we have today, in a way, is not adequate, or better, it's not adequately disseminated, used, accessible to the people who actually need to find solutions to these sustainable development goals. So we need science that is more efficient, more equitable, more transparent, and certainly more inclusive, so that it can also reflect what kind of solutions we can find for the challenges we need, including on the local level, or particularly on the local level. We also need to better connect science to societal needs and to bridge the knowledge and technology gaps. These gaps, unfortunately, are getting wider and wider, particularly as we have new technologies coming in at a huge pace, and a lot of countries are really lagging behind. And it is an issue. It is not just a matter of wanting everybody to be at the same level. It is an existential issue because we do have one planet and we do have to address these issues together, and technology, knowledge, science needs to be equitably developed and distributed and used in that sense. And the most important thing, from my personal view in particular, is science is one of the human rights. So it's enshrined in the Declaration, United Nations Declaration on Human Rights. We do say that everyone has the right to freely share in scientific advancements and its benefits, and we are very far away from actually achieving that human right. And again, in today's world and in tomorrow's world, this right to science, access to science, and right to benefit from the scientific progress, I think it's going to become more and more important. So, recognizing all of these important contributions or potential contributions, let's say, of science through open science to the society, UNESCO, which is the UN Agency for Education, Science and Culture, in 2021 adopted, meaning 193 member states of UNESCO adopted what we call the UNESCO Recommendation on Open Science. It is a normative instrument. The countries actually negotiated the text in this recommendation. It's not legally binding as a convention, but it is quite important, and countries that adopt a UNESCO recommendation, they dedicate themselves to also adhere to the principles in the recommendation and also to implement the actions which are in that recommendation. And on top of that, every 4 years, they have to come back to UNESCO and report on the progress that they have made as well. So it is a commitment from the countries who actually adopt the recommendation. The importance of this recommendation, I think it's in the fact that it kind of brought together a very broad vision of what open science is. We've had until then a lot of different movements around open science, different bits and pieces moving around, but there was nothing at the global level that would kind of put all of these bits and pieces together. So this is what the recommendation does. And the nice part of it is that to develop the recommendation, the final text of the recommendation, which was negotiated by the member states, we actually held a lot of consultations with a lot of different actors. So it does reflect the needs, the challenges from these different communities which are involved in, or were and still are involved in open science. So, as I said, a very broad definition of what open science is, looking really at the fact that open science brings together all of the different practices and activities that increase collaboration and coordination of efforts, open science to scientists, but also to society as a whole, and look into accessibility of scientific knowledge and multilingual scientific knowledge in particular. So this notion of multilingualism and also different sources of knowledge, inclusion and diversity of knowledge systems is something that is central to the recommendation. The recommendation also kind of puts together these 4 pillars of open science. Open scientific knowledge, where we can find open access to scientific publications, open data, open educational resources, software and hardware. Then we have open science infrastructures, both virtual and physical. Open engagement with societal actors, citizen science, scientific volunteering, all the ways in which citizens and actors in society can actually engage with the scientific process. And again, I'm saying process, not just the outputs. The idea with the recommendation and the vision for open science is that we are not only opening the products of science, we are also trying to explore how can we actually open the process of science. And we see that when we talk about trust in science or how do we reach to different audiences, one of the biggest difficulties is that people don't understand how we got to our outputs, and we don't communicate about that. We just say, this is the fact, you just have to believe it. We do have to include people into the scientific process. It is incredibly important in the scientific world, but the outside world has no idea how that works. And then the last part in this picture of open science is the open dialogue with other knowledge systems. It doesn't mean that traditional and indigenous knowledge systems have to validate scientific systems or the other way around. The idea is, how do we bring them together when we are trying to solve a certain issue or when we are trying to understand a certain phenomenon and the impact that that phenomenon can have on communities. And then the key point in the recommendation is the agreement around these key values of open science: diversity, inclusiveness, integrity, quality, of course, collective benefit, equity, and fairness. So it really is moving science towards global public good and looking into scientific systems through the lens of these particular benefits. And we've seen that the role of open science has been continuously coming back in all the different big debates in the UN. So we now have this new Pact for the Future. If you haven't read it yet, please do have a look at it. It's a new document that the United Nations have endorsed last year. Again, gives a vision of the challenges and the way to address them. And open science, access to knowledge, has quite an important role also in that particular document. We've heard yesterday the Scientific Advisory Board of the Secretary General also issued a call for open science, very important statement as well. And even in the UN discussions on funding, so how do we fund development, open science and science in particular have found their chapter there. And it is something that development funders are now looking into to try to understand how to better invest in funding for sustainable development around the world. All of that based on, of course, the different benefits that open science has on different levels. But going back a little bit to the discussions that we had yesterday, what we have seen the minute the recommendation was adopted is that transitioning to open science really does require changing the culture of science. So if we do want these values and principles to be translated into actual actions and then into change, a lot of different pieces of the science system do have to change as well. So the final picture there is the Brian Nosek's famous pyramid for cultural change, which we've kind of changed into a cycle and a circle. But it tells us that to make cultural change, we need different bits and pieces to fall together. One is the infrastructures. They have to be there because things have to be supported by the relevant infrastructures, the capacities that need to be there to make whatever change is understandable. We do need incentives, and we'll of course come back to the incentives because this is where the research assessment bit falls in very nicely. We do need policies to make it required, we need funding to make it sustainable, and we need monitoring to make it impactful. And to make a change, to transition to something different, you really do need all of these pieces of the spectrum, because if you don't have one or one is missing, it's going to be very, very difficult to engage in changing environments. And so why is reforming research assessment critical for open science? It is critical because we do need incentives that align with open science values and principles. And those incentives really lie at the heart of open science. And we've heard a lot about it yesterday, so I don't want to repeat where the bottlenecks are. But it is absolutely critical because the people who are involved in the transitioning to this change need to be evaluated also based on these values. And that needs to lead to incentives for them to keep on with the different changes that need to be made. And the research assessment can really be a driver and enabler of shifting the culture of science from competition to collaboration, from looking at the science as a product to looking at science as a process, and from science for a selected few to science for all. So all of these different bits and pieces are important so that we kind of operationalize those values that we saw before, and the principles that are also here from the recommendation. So, and the UNESCO recommendation on open science really does have several actions and recommendations on what needs to be done without going too much into details, because this is now up to the community to develop those details and also to take into account some different points of view, different situations, contexts, but it is quite explicit when it comes to reforming the research assessment, and it does give some guidance into how that needs to be done. Dora, I have to say, has been a great collaborator also while we were developing the recommendation, and we have the countries have took on a lot of inputs from the Dora community to kind of guide this particular chapter on revision of the research assessment. So the shift of the focus from quality of research outputs rather than the quantity, value to a variety of relevant research activities and scientific outputs, taking into account evidence of research impact, knowledge exchange, looking into the diversity of different disciplines, but also looking into the differences in career stages. So research assessment for senior researchers and career evaluation systems for senior researchers, there has to be some difference also when we look at the junior researchers or early career researchers. So a lot of things are already in the recommendation, and I do encourage you to use it in your work, because this is what your governments have signed on. So if you need a bigger picture to kind of persuade some of your leadership to move to the change, you can use the recommendation. This is what the recommendation is there for as well. So I'll try very briefly. I said that every 4 years the member states come back to us with telling us where they are in the progress of the implementation of the recommendation, and we have just finished the first cycle of these reportings. And we've heard from member states now in November. They've sent us the reports. We have summarized them very quickly. We will have a more in-depth analysis of all of these reports in the coming months. But we just had this first report. We had some 80 member states who actually responded to the surveys, so quite a good response to the monitoring cycle, and we have others who are still sending us their reports. What we have seen from these different reports is that there is progress. There is definitely progress in the area of open science and, again, in the area also of research assessment. The shared understanding of what open science is growing. There is a lot of countries who are doing different types of activities to raise awareness of open science. The recommendation has been translated, I think, over 20 languages, which also kind of gives you an idea that it has been picked up by the countries. The policy foundations are growing. We have more and more countries that are putting in place policies, different types of policies, either kind of a policy on open access or open data, or a more umbrella type policy on open science, or some that are now kind of opening up their existing science policies and embedding the open science principles into those policies, which is probably the way to go in the future, because we don't want to have a science track and then an open science track. I mean, eventually this should be the same, right? And we do see all kinds of different infrastructures. We also see that the incentives are starting to be aligned, and movements such as COARA have been fundamental in that sense for the different countries that are part of COARA. So just very quickly through these findings that are a little bit more focusing on the incentives. We've asked member states around their initiative to review research assessment. We have around 51 of them who reported on some of these existing initiatives. And I think what is interesting from these graphs is that it is around the world that we see incentives being incorporated to review the research assessment. So it's not just happening in Europe, it's not just happening in North America, it is happening around the world. But again, a little bit with a different pace. And here, I would also really like to encourage you to reach out to other regions, to start talking to other regions, because whatever new system is put in place, it will not work if it doesn't incorporate also the ideas, the perspectives from countries from the south, from countries in different socioeconomic conditions, at the different level of scientific progress. It is extremely, extremely important, I think, at the next stage of your reflections on research assessment to also include those countries as well, and start doing collaborations at that level as well. In terms of the countries who report on the recognition of open science practices in career evaluation systems, the response is a little bit less, so around some 36 member states. Again, these are the responses from member states. We now have to go deeper and see exactly what types of these practices they're talking about, and we will be publishing that later on next year. But at least there is an idea among the countries that these open science practices need to be incorporated in career evaluation and progression systems. And then more and more member states are also looking into rewards, recognition for open science practices. I have just been in the Netherlands a few weeks ago, where they have given their Open Science Prize. It was really, really interesting, because these are some champions of open science that can speak to the others, they can inspire others. It's a very nice community that gets created around these awardees. And it does have like a snowball effect then on the rest of the community as well. So really interesting, again, examples, not only from Europe, but also in other parts of the world as well. Lots of challenges that still remain. We see open science is definitely not the norm yet. The funding for open science is patchy. It's not sustained, it's not structured, it's not institutionalized, but there is some progress there as well. And again, countries can learn from each other, institutions can learn from each other, understand better what kind of mechanisms are put in place. Equity remains a huge issue. We still have countries who have absolutely no infrastructure for open science, so that's another problem. And as I was saying, international collaboration on open science and on science is not rising, it's actually going down. So that's a huge issue to consider for the future, and to think about how do you increase equitable scientific partnerships in the future. There are concerns around intellectual property, research security, geopolitical constraints, a lot of different issues that are still to be kind of thought of, to be discussed. And in that sense, I am inviting everybody to join us in those discussions. At UNESCO, we have different working groups. They're open to everybody. You will be able also, again, to exchange with people from other regions or other disciplines, other kind of sectors. We are keeping it very, very open. We will be publishing some of these guides, some of these different resources that help policymakers around the world and other actors to implement open science. We are very interested also in the guides that are going to be produced from this community, so we'll definitely be in touch on that. And I think with that, I'm done. I hope I didn't go too much over my time. Thank you.
It was very impressive to see the progress being made in different policy spheres and different geographies. And I was reminded yesterday afternoon of that comment, you know, the glass is half full. We have a few minutes now for questions. And so as you reflect on what you might want to ask Anna, I have one question to get us started. And you had, I thought, a very compelling slide, that graphic with the cycle. And you had, you know, I think it was 7 or 8 dimensions, like incentives and infrastructure and so on. And I appreciate that it might be difficult to say there's a silver bullet for where to start in that cycle. But I'd like to hear your reflections on where one might consider starting.
That's the whole point. It is very difficult to say what is more important than the rest. I think the important part is really raising awareness and understanding that that is your ecosystem, that when you have to start talking about open science, these are the different communities that you have to start talking to. So there will be in some places policy side that's going to be moving faster and maybe then bring along the other parts of the system. In some other places, it might actually come from infrastructures, because infrastructures will already be in place, and that will then move the cycle around. So again, depending on the variety of contexts, you will want to start in different parts, looking into maturity of the systems that are in place, and trying to start from kind of low-hanging fruits, and then building on that, engage the rest of the community to come on that journey with you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm not sure if microphones have been distributed yet, so I'm going to just, yes. So I see there's a hand back there and then one at the front here.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Aronsson. I sit on the board of International Association of Universities and has been responsible for our work on open science. We have also published recommendation. I have a specific question on innovation, because I think that's a concern for many in Europe and in the European programs, and how open science could help in that. And I can see that in the sort of first recommendation that is rarely mentioned, in case you don't think about societal innovation. But when you come to the outcome, it was for the benefit also of innovation. So that's a question from me on how do you look upon the power of open science also for innovation in a more traditional way for the economy?
Do you want me to respond right away, or do you want to?
Let's take another question. Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. My name is Matthias Björnmalm, Secretary General of CSAR. Thank you for the presentation. At the European level, with the 27 member states that we have there, the word open in open science is beginning to be, especially the last 2 years, a bit contested in the area around research security and so, and instead wording like high quality science or science done right has been starting to replace it in some circles. Are you seeing similar dynamics with your member states covering across the globe playing out? Thank you.
Right, so maybe starting with the second question first. I mean, in the context of UNESCO, we haven't yet seen that shift. We do see less references to open science where countries are talking about their priorities. 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, when we were negotiating the recommendation, everybody was talking about open science. Now they will talk less about open science. They will talk about security issues and others, including in the scientific realm. However, what was really encouraging for me, that in all that context, we just had this discussion with member states in November. There are so many things that they're actually doing on open science, and they reported on the things that they were doing in open science. So I'm just thinking, it is happening. It is still something that the countries are doing, although maybe as a broader discourse, it's not kind of part of the priorities at the moment. What we do see is this shrinking of international collaborations in science in general. And that is worrying. And that is really something where I think all of us have to kind of raise our voices and say that this is absolutely fundamental for research and for science. And on innovation, we actually did have a discussion about where to place innovation in the open science recommendation. And at the time, countries said, let's kind of just mention it in terms of open innovation and what that can mean. As a principle or logically, open science should also encourage innovation as well. We do need evidence for that. We do need to understand better what the connections are. So if anybody knows about some good studies around that, it's always useful to have evidence on that. But this whole realm of open innovation is actually now becoming something that the countries are getting interested in. So I do think that in the coming months, probably next year, there will be some more discussions around what open innovation is, how that can, be incorporated into the economic progress or others. I know other UN agencies are also looking at that as well. So it is definitely something that is extremely important in terms of how do we think about it. But once again, I think we do need some evidence to understand better what the dynamics are, what the linkages are. We need some case studies. We need to learn from what is out there in that realm.
Thanks. We have time for 2 more questions, and I see that the microphones have already been distributed. So I'll ask you to keep your questions relatively short. Yes.
Hello, Anita Torabi from University of Oslo. So I see this open science and open publishing, open access is very positive for the reform in the assessment of the research. And also in the future would reduce the effect of this impact factor or different indexes. But at the same time, as academic or researchers, we are obliged to publish open access. And many universities around Europe or around the world have agreement with publishers, but some they don't. But it's very expensive to publish. But so, and then in the end, it's a business. It's on average 3,000 euros. Some journals over 9,000 euros, prestigious journals. And editors and reviewers are not paid for their work. And they don't accept any more reviews, and the quality goes down at the same time. They are earning money. So what's your opinion on that?
Okay, and we have another. Yes, again, if you could be quite concise.
I'm Stanley Faz from the Netherlands Recognition Rewards Program. Thank you very much for finally actually bringing some real sort of substance to the definition of open science, because it was going all over. My question is about the leadership. Do you feel, I mean, there is the young generation, we are open science native, so they understand what it really means, but do you feel this is penetrating into the leadership? Because we see 10 years ago, science in Europe was open to the world, open innovation, open science, and now we are taking it back. How do you want the leadership to embrace this and also have the understanding that you have unified, embrace it?
Again, I'll start with the last question. These are hard questions, and you're giving me like 2 minutes to respond. So, just bear with me. This is absolutely not, extensive or comprehensive replies. But I think in terms of leadership, again, I always go back to evidence base. What we need more and more at this stage is the actual evidence that open works. I think the evidence is there. We just need to kind of bring it together. Different communities also have to provide that evidence from their perspectives, because what matters for one leader may not be important for another leader. So we have to respond to their needs in terms of providing the evidence for that. More than the leadership, my point is about the actual new generations and new scientists and others who one day will become leaders. I think somebody mentioned it also yesterday in the panel. I don't think we are doing enough actually now to incorporate some of these issues earlier in the curricula, so that once these researchers or leaders in general come out from their universities, they already know about these things. It's not something additional that they will have to absorb. So again, capacity building, awareness raising, evidence across the spectrum of the different kind of career paths and places in the science ecosystem. I think having champions is really important. Again, somebody was talking about that yesterday. If there is a really important university or other institution that is doing open science and it's working well for them, the others would want to follow as well. So identifying those champions, using the awards, the recognitions, putting some spotlight on them can also be something interesting in terms of the leadership kind of sphere. And going to the question on open science and open access is expensive. This is kind of this unintended consequence of open access and open science. It is exactly the opposite effect of what we wanted to have with open science, and we're very much aware of that. Different ways of solving it through, funders actually providing for open access in their grants, but even better is this shift towards diamond open access publication models, where neither the author nor the reader have to pay. But that again requires a shift both in the funding schemes, in research assessment, in career evaluation. Again, it's a systematic change that has to happen. From the UNESCO point of view, really what we are trying to say is there are different venues to publish, and also there are different type of open access, and maybe the idea is to kind of prefer those options which you don't pay for. At the same time, we do understand that while you're evaluated based on the impact factor, again, catch-22, we'll have to solve that. And this is why this gathering is also quite important as well.
Thank you, Anna. Always a pleasure to hear from you. And it's really impressive to see the work that you've been leading across UNESCO.
Thank you.
I know that there are more questions, and Anna will be around, but I do need us to press on. We have, for most of you, we're going to have a 10-minute comfort break right now. I say most of you, because those of you who are panelists for the breakout sessions, you have to go directly to your rooms so that you can be mic'd up. So no comfort break for you. Now, speaking of the breakout rooms, what's going to happen now is that we're gonna actually. I do not want the chairs to leave just yet, though. If you are, because I need to explain a couple of things about what's going to happen. So I appreciate your enthusiasm, but just I need to explain a few things. So the breakout rooms, we're going to have the breakout rooms, and then that will go until 12 o'clock, and then you will reconvene outside here, the foyer, for lunch. I want to just take a moment, though, to run through the breakout rooms for you so that everybody is clear about what is on offer and where you might go, because it's a rich menu, an embarrassment of riches, dare I say. First breakout room, research on research assessment. The session presents studies of research assessment practices and their impact on academic and norms and career development. And the aim of that session is to identify promising practice from empirical evidence and then support the dissemination of this promising practice. This is in the room Blomstersalen, and I will suggest that actually if the chairs are in here right now, and the chairs are Karen Skudar-Larsen and James Morris, if you could just wave your hand or Okay, then you can follow James or Karen to find the room that you're supposed to be in. Then we have Leadership for Change. And here is a chance to engage with some of the key institutions in Europe and beyond who have demonstrated leadership in their experiments with new metrics, indicators, and assessment frameworks. And this is in Ballon-Salon. And here the chairs are Dr. Sean Sapkariou. There. Okay, well done. And also Søren Sørdeslu, actually, as a co-chair. I don't know if Søren's here. I'm sure that Søren will be there. And then we have balancing competition with collaboration. I have to tell you, this is already a topic that's come up in a number of conversations in the last sort of 12 hours. Amidst the quest for funding, impact, visibility, talent, how do universities and research funding agencies establish rules and principles for collaboration, meaningful collaboration? And that is in the Vandcellen, which is right here, actually. And so you don't need to know, but actually it's still helpful for Katarina Bilka, who is the chair, yes, to indicate. There we are. So that's what we're going to do. You have, as I say, 10 minutes, a little less than 10 minutes now, actually, but I will say about 10 minutes before you convene. Thank you.
So maybe it's time to start, and thank you for moving a little bit closer, everyone, so we can have a good chat together. So I would like to start and thank the organizers for a very interesting first day and also morning today. My name is Katarina Bjelke, and I'm actually a proud, I would say, member of the board of Science Europe. But every other day, I'm Director General for the Swedish Research Council. So that's where you find me if you need contact. So the theme then of this session is balancing competition with collaboration. And I would say that in today's rapidly shifting global landscape, where researchers are competing for funding, universities are competing for visibility and impact, countries are competing for talent, this continues to drive scientific breakthroughs, but it is important also to consider what is healthy competition and how are we open actually to collaboration. I would say that the fierce competition is in many ways good, but progress today rarely comes from competition or collaboration alone. Instead, it emerges from the dynamic interplay between those two, actually. So organizations, sectors, and nations are learning that the most resilient innovation ecosystem are those where actors can compete vigorously while still finding common ground to share knowledge, to build infrastructure, and align around long-term goals. But I would say that balancing this is complex. And how can universities and research funding agencies establish then rules for sound competition and collaboration? And how do we ensure that European universities stay at the forefront of global science? And in order to solve this, we have this brilliant, I would say, people here, the panel, which I will present very briefly, and then we will start with the introductory remarks. So let me find the right order now. We have first Sandra Lepoint, who is a professor of philosophy at McMaster University, also a past president of the Canadian Philosophical Association and member of the board of directors of the Federation for the Humanities and Social Sciences. Then, the second seat, we have Mattias Björn Malm, who is an experienced scientist and policy professional. And as of January 2023, I think, serves as a Secretary General of CESAR. Then we have Eliza Rice, who is a professor of political sociology at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, where she also coordinates the Interdisciplinary Center for Studies on Inequality. And then next year we have Cartridge Smith, who joined the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, in June 2014 as head of Global Science Forum Secretariat. And your work with national members to define the overall strategy and priorities for the forum includes defining policy on research infrastructure, open science research funding mechanism, and science advisory processes. And last but certainly not least, then we have Bente Stalknecht, Danish physician and physiologist, professor of health enhancing physical activity, and dean also of the Faculty of Health and Medical Sciences at the University of Copenhagen. So, from Denmark. So, I think we will start off then with introductory remarks from all of you. So we'll start with Sandra, actually. Please.
Thank you. So I should say that it's a bit of a paradox that I'm going to be talking mostly about competition. I got really interested in competition because everything that we do, my team at McMaster and across Canada, revolves around collaboration. It's we leverage approaches that have to do with equity-based co-creation. We think about the way in which we can build skills for scientists to engage in interdisciplinary cross-sectoral collaboration. And we try to scale initiatives that that mobilize talent and research in collaborative ways, because we see that as sort of foundational to innovation and impact. And if we want good science, science needs to be collaborative. I got interested in competition because it's a bit foreign. I think I'm very biased towards the idea that we need open science, that this is vastly incompatible with competition, but I wanted to look into it. So I asked myself, why is it that researchers compete? And so, and should they compete? And is competitive science the best science? And this is what I want to talk about. So I'm a philosopher, so why not, right? So of course, when you think about competition, there's really two contexts in which you're gonna have you know, the groundwork for the conditions for competition. There's artificial ones, like we have competitive research funding, so people compete. And so in this case, competition is inherent to accessing resources for research in the first place. But the theory here is that if it's based on merit and peer review, competition around funding is going to increase the quality of knowledge, it's going to increase the accountability of funding allocation. And also, interestingly, when competition around funding is tied to specific priorities, and you can think about, for instance, strategic funding initiative, is going to have a normative effect. It's going to orient research in ways that are desirable. So it may drive disciplinary specialization in specific fields where there's high demand. It can create incentives to adopt specific type of methodology. So in these artificial contexts, competition works, has advantages. But of course, there's some sort of deep-seated assumption that competition is inherent to research in the wild, that there's something inherently competitive about research, and that is good because it actually is going to increase the pace of discovery. So the standard argument is that competition is good because it makes science faster. And the dominant theories here are really economic rationality theories. So when you think about the economics of science, the idea is that competition discovery is actually a game where the winner takes all, and that's the reason why you need to go fast, right? And it's an interesting theory. I never really thought about it this way, but what researchers do when they compete is actually they compete to achieve priority. Being the first is actually to deliver a benefit through discovery is going to actually sort of make you the winner in the sense that everyone else loses. Once a discovery is there, there's no really need for any other effort towards that discovery. So it's a pretty tough game. So this priority rule is, I think, at the center of many of the discussions around the role of competition in research. And yeah, again, so the idea is that researchers are bound to compete or act on this priority rule because being the first to deliver a large benefit to society comes with the greatest reward. It's a reputational reward. It's a symbolic reward. You know, you're the first, so you get the recognition, you get the attribution. But of course, this is going to bring you some material benefits as well as a researcher. Increased reputation, gives you access to more funding, etc. Okay, so that's sort of the theory. The question I want to ask is, as a policy instrument, does competition really make science better? I mean, it's a little bit, pushing back against these ideas. Again, I'm really biased towards open science and collaboration. So the first thing to notice is probably that competition dynamics do not actually only involve individuals seeking rewards. They are embedded in across the micro, the meso, the macro level, so that the imperatives and the incentives are very multi-layered, and they may in fact be inconsistent, which complicates things. Like, for instance, institutional collaborations, big clusters, might increase a country's overall reputation, and competition between researchers within an institution can actually sort of lead to a waste of resource. So it's complicated. The theories we have, the economic theories we have around the rationality of competition do not tell the whole story. But let's assume, for the sake of argument, that at least in many contexts, it is the case that competition accelerates discovery, and that it increases the quality of research, and that it bolsters accountability. Then I want to say, there still is a question as to whether it makes science better. And of course, that depends on what we want to say about what makes for good science. If you want to say things like, well, good science is science that is equitable, that is diverse, that is inclusive, then that is going to put constraints on how you're going to compete. And I definitely want to say that good science is science that does that. I also want to say that good science is science that actually leads to impact and innovation, and that this is absolutely crucial. And in that context, then the question is going to be, does competition increase communities' overall ability to meet societal goals, to create innovation and prosperity, and and to conduct good research in that sense. So obviously, whether competitive science is going to lead to more innovation depends on the theory of what leads to innovation, and it only works if the innovation pipeline is not leaky. And in many cases, that innovation pipeline is leaky. So so there's might be a sense in which what we want to fix is not how we get to better discovery, but how we get to implementation. So I just want to say, so there's no sort of miracle solution when it comes to innovation. Faster discovery does not necessarily lead to innovation. We need to fix the innovation pipeline to do that. So we need to make sure that discovery turns into innovation. That requires very high levels of collaboration. But even when in cases where the pipeline is not leaky, there are problems with the idea that competition is going to lead to more innovation. And that's probably what I want to finish with, is like pointing to contexts in which there is no direct translation between competition and performance, because in these contexts, actually, collaboration outperforms competition. And there are some, so two contexts I want to talk about. The first one is in tech innovation contexts, where the goal is not to create value through a single winner that's going to reap economic benefit, but to generate social benefit by creating value across a whole coordinated system. For instance, when the societal benefits of innovation needed are modular. So think about COVID vaccines, for instance, or the clean hydrogen technologies. In these contexts, discoveries do not independently generate social or economic benefit. And what is needed is for organization to collaborate on some projects while competing in others. Like for instance, with clean hydrogen tech, you need people who build better pipelines and also people build better catalysts, and there's sort of no competition there. And also there's problems with supply, so you need more than one people to come up with these technologies, otherwise you're not going to be able to affect the transitions that you need. But the other context in which it's not clear that competition works is any context that requires or that rests on mission-oriented innovation policy. I think about ecological transition or solutions to housing, for examples. In these cases, what we're trying to do is to increase overall outcomes, the overall outcomes of a portfolio of competing initiatives, but by streamlining knowledge flow and intelligence. And this actually prevents some kinds of individual and institutional competition. So I think mission-oriented innovation, which takes very many forms, has become elemental to addressing many of the issues that we're facing. And in these contexts, what we need are a series of mechanisms that ensure that the system as a whole is going to benefit from complementary initiatives that drive incremental progress across the system by ensuring that research is coordinated and that we're intelligent in the sense that we actually share, on a model that's very close to open science, the results of our research, so that the system as a whole learns and is able to address the levels of emergence and complexity and unpredictability that that we're facing. And this is definitely not something that can be done very effectively if people are competing for resources and for intellectual properties. So when government invests in mission, what they do is actually create incentives to collaborate. And I'm not sure what the role of competition is in these. So maybe the right question is, if we're going to assume that competition plays a role in the scientific enterprise, we might want to really look at what kinds of competitions are going to lead to the kinds of results that we want to see, and to incentivize behaviors that actually deliver the results that we want. Maybe there's a way in which we can incentivize through competitions behaviors that are very collaborative. But either way, and I'm going to close with that, I think that key, and I know I haven't talked about responsible research assessment, but because I think that even before that, what we need is to think about the kinds of skills that researchers need to be able to collaborate effectively, and there's nothing intuitive about it. It requires actual interventions from higher education, from those who believe in science, because collaboration is hard. And I'm going to close with this.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And with that, we go over to Matthias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to join this panel. I'm going to pick up on some of the items here that Sandra raised in the first talk. I talk from the perspective of CSAR, representing over 15 leading universities of science and technology across Europe. Our members are committed to advancing excellence in research, education, and innovation, and in doing so in ways that strengthen Europe's competitiveness while upholding openness, inclusion, and responsibility. My first point here, building on what we just heard, competition works, but only with the right foundation. The competition has driven many of the greatest scientific breakthroughs. It sharpens ideas, accelerates progress, and helps concentrate effort where it matters most. But competition only delivers excellence when the underlying conditions are right. When incentives are too narrow, when assessment becomes overly metric-driven, or when trust erodes, competition stops serving science. Stop serving science. One of the microphones may work. There we go. Thank you. It becomes a race for indicators rather than a pathway to breakthrough discoveries. So how did we get here? The legacy of new public management. So much of our current landscape stems from the introduction of new public management into university governance and similar governance structures in the 80s and 90s. The intention was clear: to make public institutions more efficient by relying on indicators and targets. Some of that thinking still has value. But the over-reliance on narrow metrics, again, publications, citations, grants, has created a monoculture in which we recognize excellence, and in many places has crowded out the very behaviors that drive real progress. And this point is essential to me. These frameworks were political choices. Universities and similar institutions did not drift into this system. They were steered into it through public sector reforms, which means that correcting course here requires political leadership to re-examine the frameworks, expectations, and incentives governments has put in place. This is why a conference held under the EU presidency, like we have today and yesterday, is so valuable. It brings these issues to the level where systemic change is actually possible. This monoculture is felt most acutely by early care researchers. Many describe today's environment as hyper-competitive, where success depends on optimizing a narrow set of indicators, and the consequences here are predictable. Too much time spent chasing output, too little time for activities that genuinely produce excellent science. Collaboration, interdisciplinarity, reproducibility, everything we heard also from the keynote speaker earlier this morning. So in a world where breakthroughs depend on diverse teams and open knowledge flows, so-called excellence drivers, this is a structural mismatch that holds Europe back. Values such as trust, inclusion, and collegiality are too often labeled in this context at the political level as soft or secondary to the hard issues of competitiveness, security, or technological leadership. This is simply wrong. These values are preconditions for quality and excellence, and therefore preconditions for leadership in cutting-edge science and advanced technologies. You cannot build high-performing teams without trust. You cannot attract or retain talent in an extractive environment, and you cannot deliver transformative impact if your system rewards counting outputs rather than solving problems. A research culture built on trust, openness, and inclusion does not slow us down. It makes us faster, more creative, and far more capable of delivering strategic technologies. We also need to move, connecting to another point from Sandro here, beyond Europe's lingering linear model of knowledge, which assumes that publications, etc., trickle down into impact. We know that this is not the case. Impact today arises primarily from co-creation, cross-sector collaboration, sustained engagement, and responsible innovation. Yet these contributions remain poorly recognized in many assessment systems. So if Europe expects universities to drive industrial transformation, sustainability, security, resilience, all these topics, then our frameworks, also at the political level, must value the full range of contributions required. What does the next phase of reform now need? Balancing competition with collaboration, I see three shifts here. First, broaden what we value. Assessment must recognize the diversity of what happens at mentoring, team science, infrastructure leadership, data stewardship, etc., alongside publications and grants. Second, enable diversity in contributions. So a healthy ecosystem depends on complementary strength. Not every researcher should be forced into the same competitive mold or expected to do everything by themselves. Modern science at the cutting edge is largely a team sport. And third, it's about rebuilding trust. Trust in researchers' judgment, trust within institutions to reward quality over quantity, and trust at the political level that reforming research assessment is essential for Europe's long-term competitiveness. Why this matters now? We are in an era of intense global competition for talent, for technological leadership, and for security. And Europe cannot afford assessment systems that constrains creativity or discourage collaboration. If we want leadership in these advanced technologies, AI, quantum, biotechnology, sustainability technologies, etc., We must allow researchers and institutions to work in the way breakthroughs actually happen, leveraging excellence and excellence drivers such as openness, team approaches, diversity, contributions, and strong partnerships. So let me close by reiterating again why political leadership is so essential. How do we balance competition with trust? By ensuring that competition rests on the competition with collaboration, by ensuring that competition rests on trust, responsibility, and ambition, by rewarding behaviors that make science stronger, not merely easier to count. And critically, by recognizing that reforming research assessment is not an internal housekeeping exercise for universities or similar bodies. It is about reshaping political frameworks that were created decades ago, and in doing so, that in ways that strengthens Europe's excellence, competitiveness, and societal resilience. And again, this is why holding these discussions under the EU presidency is so important. Because only political leadership can create the systemic conditions in which healthy competition and meaningful collaboration reinforce each other rather than pull in opposite directions. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Matthias. And we turn over to Eliza.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
please.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm sure that the kind of conversation we are having since yesterday is a powerful cultural instrument to change the research assessment practices. So I hope you are ready for this radical change of accent. I'm glad you talked about political leadership. As a political scientist, I feel very keen to it. But my words will be mostly on how the tension between competition and cooperation affect knowledge as a public good. I mean, the idealized past, image of the past that we have is that there was a time when the strength of university came from just from a sense of collegiality. Departments were smaller, communications channels were fewer, and the administrative demands much lighter. Scholars competed, of course they did, but mainly through ideas, arguments, publications, debates, not through grand portals, compliance forms, or performance dashboards. That's somehow idealized. But of course, there are chances. We all know that the reality reflects a much more complex situation. Technology multiplied our interactions, international networks expanded our obligations, and research infrastructure grew denser and more regulated. Aspects of the academic life, once governed by trust and informal norms, have become increasingly procedural and supervised. That shift affects how we produce knowledge, how we share it, and how we value it. The people who built the ground for modern science were, to our standards, just amateurs, not administrators. Curious minds driven by intellectual passion. But as science advanced, teaching and research became more specialized, and specialization brought professionalization, and of course that all contributes to more competition and less cooperation. To be fair, bureaucracy has enabled enormous progress. Our contemporary scientific achievements depend on organized labs, funding system, ethic communities, international protocols, and stable institutions. But the same evolution has introduced rigidities we all feel, rigidities that vary across countries, depending on how each national system balances state regulation and academic autonomy. And that brings us to the question behind today's theme: how do we balance competitive side of science with the cooperative side? Knowledge by nature is a public good. When I share an idea with you, I don't lose anything. We both gain. In fact, the more widely knowledge circulates, the more valuable it becomes. But the system which we work increasingly rewards competition for grants, publications, impact ranks, etc. These pressures are real and they shape careers and institutions. At the same time, the big problems we face today, where the pandemics, climate change, digital governance, require levels of cooperation that no single lab, country, or discipline can achieve alone. We know that progress depends on collaboration. So if we truly believe that knowledge is a public good, then cooperation cannot be an afterthought. It has to be built into the way we organize science. That means investing in shared data platforms, interdisciplinary networks, joint graduate programs, and international partnerships that are actable, not just extractive or symbolic. It also means rethinking the evaluation system that collaboration work is valued, not penalized. Ultimately, reconciling competition and cooperation is not only about management, it is about what kind of scientific community we want to build. If competition becomes too dominant, science risks become fragmented and inward-looking. But with a balanced competitive energy with genuine collaborative structures, then the scientific enterprise can continue to serve society and can do so more effectively. In short, the challenge is real, but so is the opportunity. If we get this balance right, we strengthen not just our institutions and careers, but the very capacity of science to contribute to the public good. Naturally, science can and must envision productivity gains. But as long as we continue to think of productivity strictly in market terms, we risk sacrificing inventiveness. The channel that bind together to a narrow conception of productivity tend to tilt the balance towards competition, restraining cooperative inventiveness. Talents grow all over. Creating the conditions for their concourse and complementarity demands concrete strategies to foster collaboration. Research networks that cross national boundaries, integrating human and material resources north and south of the planet, expand knowledge power, thus widening the frontiers of knowledge, as well as contributing to peace and prosperity. Those are my wishful thinks. I belong to an organization called the International Panel for Social Progress, and I do believe in progress.
Thank you so much. We go over to the next cartridge, please.
Yeah, great. So in thinking about this session, I'm from OECD. I work with something called a Global Science Forum. I work with ministries, ministries of science and ministries of innovation and industry, and they are in competition as well and have different perspectives. But it was interesting for me to think, well, where is the competition? What is healthy competition? And how does that link to research assessment? So I'll just sort of go through what was referred to earlier by Sandra in terms of the meta, meso, and micro levels. And hopefully there'll be something out of it that clicks a bell that contributes to the discussion. And also, bear in mind, I'm coming from the policy context. So where I work, OECD is an economic organization, etc., although I'm very much the voice of science in that organization. So I think, as has been said by many here, most of us accept that competition is a critical driving force for science. It's also the driving force for the free market economy and science within that. And at the moment, that's the system that we operate in. Or the free market economy, we can have a long discussion about where that is going as well. But we also have collaboration, and collaboration obviously accelerates scientific progress, discovery, and also economic growth. And so the question is that the healthy balance between the two. Now, competition operates at all scales. It operates between regions and countries. And that's about scientific and economic performance. It's actually about the world order. So competition in AI and quantum at the moment between the power blocks is about the future of the world order. And scientists who work in those fields, they need to recognize that that's what it's about. So we need to sort of operate between the different scales and understand what we're doing and where it fits in the bigger picture. Regions and countries in that context, they're competing for talent, of course, they're competing for IPR, they're competing for the companies, they're competing for research infrastructures and who hosts those big infrastructures. And there are winners and losers in that competition. And how do we actually assess those things? At a policy level, how do we actually look who's doing well? What do policymakers use as their indicators? So there's a lot of national benchmarking. OECD does national benchmarking of science performance. What do we use for that? We use bibliometric indicators, we use patents. We did use league tables. Some countries certainly use league tables when they're looking at their performance against others. We look at things like, in Europe, number of ERC grants. That's one of the principal indicators that policymakers use to decide whether they're doing well in science and innovation. Those indicators, they drive investment in science. They drive the science budget. And so those agencies that are competing for that science budget also use those indicators. And they ask universities for those indicators. So I've discussed with funding agencies about research assessment, and they say, yes, we need to change culture, et cetera, et cetera. I say, well, how do you report to Treasury? They say, we use bibliometric indicators and patents. So we need to understand that part of how things operate. Coming down then, if you like, to the meso level and the institutions, all the institutions are competing with each other. This is about prestige, it's about students, it's about talent, and ultimately it's about money. And then, of course, there's international and national competition in that context, and regional as well. And again, of course, there are winners and losers. But how do we actually assess that? There's been a lot of discussion about that, but it's about, again, league tables. Our universities use most of them. Some of them are starting to refuse to be part of that game now, but still they use that. Performance assessment exercises, which again are often bibliometric-led, etc. There's very little reward in those exercises at the moment for collaboration. The emphasis is on competition. Competition is, with a limited amount of funding, how do you allocate it? You have a competition. It's about allocating limited resources. And then we have competition between different modes and fields of science. We have the sort of basic versus applied, which to some extent in some countries, I've just come from Finland, for example, it maps onto the different ministries. So you have the education ministry that will be advocating, supporting the academic community, basic research, discovery research, investigator-led. And then we'll have the Ministry of Innovation and Economy, which is talking about applied research. And in all of that, team science, disciplinary science, they're also competing against each other, transdisciplinary versus disciplinary. Within the academic community, there's arguments between those communities. Again, how do we assess this? It's mainly bibliometrics, patents. Areas like transdisciplinary research, citizen science, public policy engagement, they're essentially not assessed. When we're looking at different fields of research, the dominant fields are the ones who, the historical fields are still the dominant ones, and it's their indicators and measures that kind of lead the way. And then we have between individuals, but also between groups or departments, and I think that they can, in some ways, be considered together. So they're competing for funds between themselves and between the departments. They're competing for talent. They're competing for visibility. So that they're hyping what they discover often. They get competing for public attention or media attention. And of course, there's been a lot of discussion here about the hyper competition at that level, the publish or perish paradigm and the negative effects of that. Again, how do we assess this? You know, it's bibliometrics, it's funding income, etc. And what's it lead to? As has been discussed a lot here at the individual level, we have precarity, short-term conservative choices, etc. Looking at the system as a whole, there's clearly a challenge, and we need to rebalance the competition versus collaboration. And when we look at the way we assess things, essentially we're focusing on the competition and very little on the collaboration. My sort of parting message, if you like, in this part of things would be that all these scales and levels are interlinked, and we need concerted collective visions and action across those different scales. And we also need to think how that operates internationally. And at different scales, we all have our part to play in things, and there's a lot happening. We've heard here at the funding level, at the institutional level, etc. But it also needs to connect to the dominant policy narratives, and it needs to be cognizant of what is really going on in the world at the moment, and that science and technology are critical instruments in that, instrumentalized instruments. So being ideologic about values of science, etc., is important. Values of science are critical, but we also need to operate in the real environment and in a changing environment, and we need to be fully cognizant of that. And if we want to change research assessment and get it operating also at the political level, then it has to connect with that level, and that's still a challenge. We're working on that at OECD in the Global Science Forum, and we're working with the different COARA, DORA, etc., to try and get some common understanding, at least initially, around those issues. And finally, we need more room for science collaboration, and in particular, we need more room for science for the public good. And at the moment, that is only really going to be driven bottom up from the academic community. It is not the dominant concern of policymakers. So we also need to somehow work that out, keep space for that. And yeah, I would leave it there. Hopefully there was something that sort of stimulated some thoughts. Might be useful.
Thank you very much. And from the more political policy level to maybe the more concrete academic level, Sandra?
Please. Yeah, thank you so much. As Katarina said, I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Health and Medical Sciences at the University of Copenhagen. I'm a medical doctor, and also at the University of Copenhagen, I'm the strategy sponsor for diversity, equity, and inclusion, meaning that I will focus on this in all that I do. Also, I have been working very interdisciplinary in my own research. I work on physical activity, but also on the diabetes and obesity, and those, of course, are large societal challenges. So today's grand challenges like climate or health or AI or geopolitics, they demand global solutions. So no single researcher, no single nation can solve these problems alone. So science must be a shared pursuit across borders and disciplines, and we have to work interdisciplinary to solve these global challenges. So breakthroughs, I will argue, come from teams, not from individuals. And I will give an example. At my faculty, funding will be distributed to all the departments. They work in disciplinary ways, but also we just created a program called The Faculty Collaborates. And in this program, PIs from 3 different departments had to work together to apply to do some kind of research. And of course, they were assessed upon vision, upon scientific excellence, upon novelty, but also on collaboration and synergy. And how to do that? I mean, in a written assessment, it's very difficult to assess collaboration and synergy. But these researchers, they were taken to an interview, a team interview, where the international panel would be evaluating the degree to which they were collaborating and the synergy during the interview. So I will argue that to do assessments on teams, you need to have them in the room to have interviews. So then, so scientific collaboration, that's my first point, matters more than ever. Then I think that Denmark has a long-standing tradition of openness and equality and scientific dialogue. And in 1922, Niels Bohr, he got the Nobel Prize on quantum theory. And inspired by Niels Bohr, we have flat hierarchies, interdisciplinarity, and international collaboration. Back in the 1920s, physicists from all over the world, they flocked to Copenhagen, and they were attracted by a unique blend of informal social conventions, intellectual collaborations, and scientific creativity. And those factors were 95 years ago by Werner Heisenberg, named the Copenhagen spirit. So I will argue that we can learn from history and that Copenhagen have something to contribute. Then, to stay at the scientific forefront, we, the universities, we need to attract, create, nurture, and retain talent. And this is our daily opportunity and also a daily reality. So at our university, we have 40,000 students and 6,000 academics. So talent development is not just a goal, it's our bread and butter. So we can't excel at talent development without working internationally with diversity, inclusion, and well-being of all those who study and work with us. And I have a special emphasis on early career researchers, as you also mentioned. So the everyday practices, the working environment, and I think we need to provide clarity and transparency to our early career researchers on how to develop themselves and also to provide career counseling. So we need research environments that are attractive and international competitive, not only in comparison to universities outside in Europe or outside of Europe, but also compared to industry. So we need career and promotion tracks and clarity, and we must work with funders and policymakers to provide competitive start packages and world-class facilities. So I think it's all about the people that we hire, how we hire them, how clear we are in the criteria and the procedures. And at University of Copenhagen, we have published merit criteria, not only on research and education, but also on societal contribution, on academic citizenship, and on leadership. Meaning that if you apply for a position at our university, or if you are assessed for promotion, you will also be assessed not only on research and education. So I think that the competitive and collaborative environment, we need to have both and to work with talented teams. And lastly, competitiveness requires a strong science base, but also amplified by applied research and innovation and the wider ecosystem. So we need to have a balanced ecosystem from universities with academic freedom, very important, that cultivate talent, to industry that feed back new challenges to the universities. And that is the only way that we can continue serving science and society. So academia is only one out of several career tracks. And I think at the universities we should be proud to educate strong and skilled people to work in other sectors. And I think that is also what is expected of the society for the universities. But because without the trust of the societies, we do not have universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A lot of things has erased in my mind, and I would like to ask you first, maybe, do you have any follow-up questions on what the other participants said, or anything you think? Yeah, Matthias? No?
This is working though. No, just to pick up what Carter said, that I think this is a reality many of us run into, where we work in our institutions or at the ground floor with researchers or so, and then we start to go up the hierarchy, so to speak, and the member states of OECD, which are most of the member states also of Europe and beyond that, they work with OECD and they have similar things internally as well to look at different type of frameworks and measuring indicators to help them decide where should they put funding. So we, at the ground floor, we're doing all this activity, and CSAR and its members, we had a report last year about best practices in COAR and all of this. We have another report coming out next month of case studies and best practices. But all of that is deeply connected to the type of indicators and frameworks that are at different levels. And my feeling is that we sometimes do not acknowledge the importance of those more political level discussions in what we're ongoing here. And figuring out how to get our narratives right to resonate with political leaders and political leadership and their teams as they use these frameworks, indicators, metrics, and so that exist, to not create tension or problems between what we want to achieve and what they see as political priorities, but instead have a narrative or a reinforcing structure that, to me, unlocks the whole balancing between these two.
But that is easier said than done. I mean, it starts with the top, of course, but I mean, how can the academic community work on this in a better way? Because obviously it's not really reaching the political leadership.
So I think that narrative is critical, but it also needs to be evidence-based. And I think we often have challenges with that. So EDI is an interesting topic. We all think that universities and the research workforce should be more diverse, that we should have more equity and inclusion, etc. And we make the projection that that will make better science, it will make better economies, and everything will work better. So we've done some work on this, and we looked at the evidence. We tried to find the evidence base to support that. And it's not clear. In different conditions, EDI can be positive or can actually be problematic. So, for example, if you have a simple, straightforward problem in a discipline, then actually to get like-minded, say, mathematicians together to address that problem gives you a much quicker solution than getting a diverse population together. If you get people from all sectors of society together with scientists, then that really needs to be carefully managed or it becomes chaotic. And so where EDI works, it's linked absolutely to good management practice. So there's a lot of pluses and minuses. You know, the argument, the evidence can be used on both sides for EDI. Of course, there's social arguments. There's the social justice argument, which is indisputable, and science should take a lead on that. But in some countries, that social justice argument is no longer valid at all. And so if we're really saying this is better for science, then let's think about the evidence for that. And there's a lot of other statements that we believe in, that we say, but actually the evidence, we need to be careful as well. As scientists, we need to look at the evidence. And where the evidence isn't there, it doesn't mean we're wrong, but it probably means we need to do more research and get the evidence.
There's some really interesting research that's just coming out. Danny Bresnitz, who's is a specialist of innovation in Canada, has written on different approaches to prosperity. Just came out with an article on inclusive innovation, leveraging data to show that not only is equity in access to innovation infrastructure, the possibility of contributing to innovation actually generates more innovation, more than in non-equitable context. So maybe the example you give of if you have a bunch of researchers working on the same topic, you generate results a little bit faster. I mean, sure, but we have to look at the bigger picture. And equity is not just about generating results. It's about you know, having the kinds of institutions in which people will want to participate. There's something that I wanted to say. So it's so when you think about competition, it's really about turf, right? And when you think about collaboration, it's really about trust. And these two things are very different, work in very different contexts. If you have limited resources, then you're going to want to have as much turf as possible. You're like, you know, it's a principle of, if you're rational, you're going to compete for it. But if what you want is a society in which there's resilience, in which there's stability, in which there is fairness, these are, you know, things that are public good. They don't diminish because they're used more widely. And collaboration makes sense in these contexts, but of course it requires very, very high levels of trust. You cannot collaborate if there is no trust, and you cannot have trust if you're in a context where you see inequity, if you see a lack of access, if you see a lack of diversity because you see you're not represented. So there are two very different logics that are at two ends of a, you know, you could see it as a spectrum. And so it's hard to think about how they actually sort of work together because they are very this economic rationality and social rationality. And our brains work and switch back and forth between two. And so I want to be very careful because when we think about equity and when we think about diversity, when we think about inclusivity, it's about creating the conditions in which we can collaborate in the first place because there's high levels of trust. But yeah, of course, there's contexts in which we're competing for resources, and then trust is really hard to achieve there. And how do we, you know, switch back and forth?
How do we balance that?
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's not even like balance. There's a conflict between the two. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's balancing. Yeah.
Bente, maybe first.
Yeah, but I would say it's not either or. I mean, we need to work very disciplinary with mathematicians working very fast to solve a problem. But at the same time, we need to work on our societal challenges. And I think currently we see an anti-academic movement many places in the world. And I see a risk that societal contract that we have as universities with our citizens, with our politicians, that can be broken. So if we only focus on excellence, high level, then, I mean, that's difficult to understand for the society and for the politicians. Of course, we should continue doing it. I mean, curiosity-driven research is what we do at universities, and academic freedom is crucial. But at the same time, we need to deliver, as we did during the COVID pandemic. There we delivered the vaccines. That it was the academic environments that delivered the vaccines that, were needed for the society to move on. So I think we demonstrated the value of research during that pandemic.
Absolutely, and that I mean that whole vaccine built on research that has been done for many years ago. So I mean, you can't be without that part also. Yeah, but
the example of the vaccine, I think, is very illustrative of a situation where the conflict you were pointing at doesn't exist. I mean, at some point, competition becomes a negative externality for society. Under those circumstances, the incompatibility between trust and what you are pointing out doesn't exist, because otherwise both sides lose. So there are opportunities for collaboration.
So in that sense, crisis puts collaboration in the forefront, actually, and in that sense, Matthias.
Yeah, maybe I'm jumping here a bit, but I was provoked by the EDI comment that was brought in, so thank you for that, Carter. I have to jump in there a bit. I felt, because on one hand, you ask where is the evidence, or the evidence may be shaky in this area, and I'll be curious to read the OECD reports, as we saw some keynote speeches yesterday, and I'm aware of other presenting very compelling evidence in these areas, how diverse team and diverse approaches help. But perhaps it could be looking at what are we looking at here. I remember fondly when I was still a postdoc myself, and one of the senior researchers in the same lab, she was extremely critical to what she called citizen engagement, because she didn't want a random person from the street to come in and disturb her lab. And that's not what it is about. It's an institutional-wide approach. Not everybody, not you always have to talk to random people on the street, as you say. It's about the institution providing the framework so that you can engage with society. It's about and on the other hand, I understand and I agree with this. If you want to push a disciplinary field, having a few number of individuals that are peers, that are together leaders at the very cutting edge of that area, could be the best way to push that frontier in that disciplinary field. But to find the right problems from a societal perspective, find the right partners to then implement solutions or to iterate potential solutions with, there again, you fall very quickly into working with diverse teams, greatly help you. And at least I'm not a researcher in this field myself, I have to say, but I have been presented with what I thought was very compelling evidence that this really works and really helps. My last point here, I don't want to put our share on the spot, but I have talked with several leaders of research councils over the last day and a half, and I've encouraged all of them to look at home. Do you have funding instruments that supports piloting and experimentation in these type of areas? I know it's much easier for a private foundation to do lots of crazy stuff because it's private money, and public institutions have a much more broader, should we call it, governance structures around them, constraining their movement a bit. But piloting and experimentation to build more solid evidence base around this is utterly crucial. And there I think some research councils have started their work, and I know many of my members are very keen for new funding streams to help them boost piloting and experimentation in those spaces.
Yeah, I think many research councils actually are working on that. I know that. So
could I just so I'm absolutely pro EDI, and the work we do is pro EDI. But so part of this is to be provocative, and along the same lines, if I can just say a little bit about COVID. And it was interesting that you cited the vaccines as the scientific success story in COVID. So there's two narratives about COVID from the science community. The dominant one is we came up with the vaccines and we saved millions of people. The other side is we actually didn't get together the knowledge from all the disciplines, particularly from social sciences, that we needed in the Western countries to take the measures, the public health measures that were required to actually prevent even more millions of deaths. And if we look at Asian countries, if we look at Japan, we look at Vietnam, etc., we didn't want to take the evidence they had because it was experiential. They'd lived through SARS and they knew what to do. But we didn't have the randomized controlled trial evidence to show that face masks worked. And so we had a long argument before we used them. So actually, the scientific community here, and it comes very much to EDI and diversity and transdisciplinarity. In our advisory structures, etc., we followed the dominant biomedical model in all our advice to government in most of our countries. Only late on did we catch on that actually this is a real social crisis and maybe we should consult the social scientists and others. So I think, again, we're caught. How do we measure, how do we assess who did well in COVID? You know, the countries that came up with the vaccines, some of the countries that came up with the vaccines, the US, the UK, actually had the worst outcomes in terms of fatalities when we look at COVID in the Western countries. So how does that work? Science worked really well in those countries, but actually we had more. They had the epidemiological data. They could tell you what was going on. They would, you know. So we need to think also, get out of our silos and think also about how all of this fits together and how does it work in our research assessment systems. You know, how do we assess scientific performance in COVID? Is it just publications and who developed a vaccine? Or, you know, how does that play through to impact?
That's a seminar in itself.
Yeah.
I think.
This is an excellent point, and I really appreciate your bringing up the failure to engage with social science and humanities to look at social dimensions of vaccine hesitancy, for instance, and things like that, which have impeded our efforts. And I want to say something about sort of, we're thinking about collaboration, like broadly. So scientists need to be collaborating. But we don't often think about sort of what it looks like to meaningfully integrate the variety and diversity of knowledge into our scientific enterprise, and the social science and humanities contribution to the resolution of even sort of very technological issues is absolutely crucial. How do we collaborate, across broad disciplinary divides like STEM and social science and humanities? And this requires approaches and methodologies that are very systematic, right? We need to be able to structure collaborations in ways that are going to be meaningful. This cannot be winged. This is not intuitive. And we're thinking about collaboration within the scientific enterprise, but I mean, one of the things that the social science and humanities are very good at is articulating the embedded knowledge of our communities that is required to prevent things like vaccine hesitancy, for instance. And in order to articulate that embedded knowledge, social science and humanities need to actually engage and collaborate. It's not just study, it's actually meaningfully collaborate with the users, with the communities themselves. And that kind of collaboration is not something that we often think about. And how does it work? And so there's embedded knowledge that is needed to address big societal issues, and that is going to tell us more about, the conditions that exist around housing problems or big social transitions and things like that, when you build a light rail train and things like that. But it's the same thing with policymakers. Like, in order to meaningfully collaborate with policymakers around policy, you need to, or in order to come up with good policy solutions, you need to collaborate. You need to engage with policymakers collaboratively. And we're really not equipped to do that very well right now. And it's a big gap in our scientific enterprise that we are not, and it ties directly into the responsible research assessment, because collaborating around co-creation or deliberative practices takes time. It does not yield the kind of results that are always publishable, and sometimes there's no need to publish because it's really sort of about coming up with a solution. And yeah, so how do we recognize the work that goes to these collaborations? It's absolutely crucial to incentivizing more collaboration.
I would also like to let in the audience, actually, so think about questions. And I would just say that I mean, collaboration without competition, there's a big risk of complacency and so on, and competition without collaboration, then that's risk kind of chaos. So I think the real question is really, are we brave enough to share knowledge while we still have to race to win? Because that's still the thing that we need to do, actually. So are we brave enough for that?
But there are contexts in which racing to win doesn't necessarily make sense. If the objective is to increase social resiliency or social stability or fairness in the society, so the race is not competitive. The race should be seen as a common goal, and their competition. I mean, what would it? I mean, maybe at an individual level makes sense. Sort of, you leverage sort of our drive as people to do better than the next guy. But as a principle of scientific practice or creating, I don't know.
But we are still measured by that system, I think. I look at Bente, but okay, now you have several questions, please. Lot of hands. Whoop. Yeah, we start.
I'll try to be very quick. So
maybe we take a few questions and then you can gather your. Yeah, please.
Well, it's a comment. So,
Okay.
because you were looking at examples about the effects of communication, and I want to give one, and it's in Argentina. Milei is trying to defund completely all the institutions of science. And it was very interesting last year that one of the biggest institutes of Argentina, CONICET, sent an expedition in the deep sea to investigate new species, and they found several species. One of them, a very cute starfish. The thing is that all the population of Argentina watched that expedition. It became viral. And it not only became viral, which is not useful for them probably in their houses, but the thing is that the Argentinian people started to support scientists, and it delayed the defunding of yet another institution in Argentina. So this is how we can see the effect of us engaging the public and they seeing, because it became such a pride thing in Argentina, being part of this. This is the Argentinian thing. So this is the effect that communication can have in such a time of crisis where all the organizations are being defunded, and actually the people marched to not defund other organizations. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Very, very interesting, I think. Now we have questions over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you have more than one mic? 5, actually. So we take those 3 if you have questions or comments, and then we go over to this side also. So
Thank you so much for this enlightening panel. This is a brief comment and perhaps a question, but we recently had a competition in our department to decide who could apply for a particular funding scheme. And I had a conversation with somebody in the leadership role, and I was, quite stressed by the competition. And the leader said, well, it's not about taking turns. So this really struck me. And I thought that, maybe it's not really what we want to do is balance competition with collaboration as much as, competition and balance with the conditions that make competition meaningful and fair. Because I think trust is quite inherent in collaboration, but there's also trust issues when it comes to how the black box sometimes around a competitive situation. If it's meaningful and fair, I think we're willing to accept that. If it's not, and it's like it's not about taking turns, but then you're really creating, haves and have-nots. Really, it's very clear that's what the goal is.
Maybe there's a difference between trusting a process and building a trust relationship. So you can trust that a competitive process is fair, and that's a very different kind of trust. It's believing that the process is equitable, or as opposed to building a trust building the trust that is required to be able to create a kind of psychological safety that you need in collaboration settings. Without that, collaboration is going to default back to some sort of,
Thank you. We have 2 more. Yeah. On that side.
Just like a shared experience comment and then a question related. So I've created a research grant writing game. The idea was to just get researchers to work together and develop proposals. What we found out was when we did this, a lot of researchers, for example, instead of sharing, they basically said, we would like to, they're still supposed to work in interdisciplinary teams and then develop and share that. But then their outcome was, no, we don't want to share this because we developed the proposal, but then we will only self-assess it. So we had to change it from doing a sort of a public presentation, even inside a department, but actually just do it internally. So there was sort of, even in this kind of simulation setting, there was a challenge. So I wonder, and this goes back to what the lady here was just saying about trust. Also in a competition. So I think this would just be something I would like to just think about. Secondly, the question I have is, we have technologies like blockchain that can, for example, measure collaboration, right? I mean, it's been used in some industries already. Could that not be a solution to look into, especially when we want to measure efforts, collaboration efforts across vast teams?
Yeah, one more question and then you can comment. Oh, behind you, yeah.
Thank you for a really interesting discussion I've been following. I'm working for a funder, HFSPO, that actually funds collaborative research and at the same time is actually having an extremely competitive process. So we fund less than 10% of the applications. And so I've been listening to this contradictory things and been thinking about it a long time. And I think it's really relevant to think about at which level we are working. Basically, I mean, funding organizations compete for money with money that goes to other efforts, state government efforts. Then researchers compete, but already getting researchers to collaborate, and I'm seeing that sort of in my everyday work, reading the reports, is making such a valuable contribution to making the world a little bit more equitable. That would be really great to see more funders engage in funding international interdisciplinary collaboration. I see that European commissions now, I mean, the synergy grants are doing basically what we've been starting, but it would be interesting to hear from sort of policy makers whether there is some incitament to fund that more frequently and help.
I think we continue with the questions and then we can try to wrap up some answers. I think that's the best way.
Okay, thank you. So I am Claes Fredrik. I work in Uppsala supporting collaborations within the university, and we do work with competitive bids. So this is a micro kind of sharing of 2 cents. And I think the question should be how to shape competition-oriented instruments to get desired outcomes, because I don't think that they are kind of, I don't think it's actually a balancing thing. And if you go into intermediate economics, I think you know that if you don't think you can get markets that produce very efficiency and homogeneity, and that's exactly what we don't need in academia. We need more maybe effectiveness or novelty and that kind of stuff. 2 examples of market shaping or shaping competitions, if you want, that I think could kind of include more collaborative elements. Caring for the losers, quotation marks. What do we learn from those who didn't make it, but they actually made the effort? And I know maybe this is not scalable, but in this venture I'm heading, Circus, we offer to give verbal feedback to everyone who pitched in a proposal and helping them. And several of them come back the next year with a better proposal and actually then go on. And because one of the funds, support systems we have are incubating grant application writing, and they are successful also in the kind of the wild market out there. It's a signal of caring for the community whilst still having a competition for our support. And I think it works terrifically. Another, and this is an example from Switzerland, they had a call now, one of the Swiss agencies, where they had included as a requirement to have integration experts to require collaboration skills within the teams. It's another way of seeing how collaborative aspects are folded into a competitive mechanism. And I think that that's the way we should think about it. How do we set up the competitive elements that we need to have, but doing it so that we get desired outcomes and not more of the same all the time. Yeah.
Thank you very much. First row. Last question in this round. Oh, one more. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, first of all, I wanted to just take the opportunity and thank the panel for having accepted the challenge to actually address this quite complicated kind of conflict or balancing act between competition and collaboration. And I will say you performed very well. It was really like inspiring and also, you know, mind-boggling to wrap our brains around this topic. And you know, in particular, what Cartridge said about like what is kind of the political reality at the factory floor of the Ministry of Finance or the Ministry of Higher Education and Commerce, versus what we in the community believe needs to happen. And I guess I'm taking away from the session that we're at least confronted with two different logics. One is kind of the scientific logic of creating new, not only breakthroughs, but also, you know, high quality science that actually promotes public good, which has and will always be very much driven by collaboration. No individual discipline, no individual team will ever be able to accomplish anything significant in science. It's just an empirical fact to a large extent. Perhaps if you go back 200 years, it might have been a little bit different, but then also back then we forgot the teams. We never celebrated all the teams that were supporting the star scientists. So we know this by now. But the good question, Cartridge, is how do we translate that into the kind of economic logic that the policymakers need in order to argue for the research budgets? So would we need to develop new collaborative metrics? Would they need, you talked about more evidence, but you know, a community like the one who's gathering here, we have plenty of sort of qualitative evidence that collaboration works and promotes science. But how do we get that across? What would be a good kind of trick for the policy brief we are writing or the future of the framework program? My colleague Michael is confronted with that challenge. How do we get this into the ministerial logics? Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. $10,000 question. Yeah, thank you. And here also, last one last, and then we can take short answers from whatever you like to answer, and then we'll try to wrap it up on time also. Yeah,
thank you. Hi, I'm Manisha from Digital Science. So my kind of view on so you want me to stand up? Oh, right.
Or just
I'm short
just,
anyway.
closer
I don't know how much difference
closer
it's
to
going
your
to make.
closer. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm short anyway. I don't know how much difference it's going to make. So, sorry, I'm Manisha from Digital Science. What I wanted to ask was, and in this wonderful kind of spirit of collaboration, in the current geopolitical space, especially, you know, considering some of the things that Sandra said yesterday, do you believe that we are moving more into competition rather than collaboration? And, you know, COVID was a really good example of brilliant collaboration because we needed everyone's, you know, all hands on deck. But actually now, with the shifting space in creating collaboration and the amount of policing that needs to happen, you know, to kind of think about, oh, we want to bring an expert from this country. Ooh, you know, but what is our government saying about how we should be building collaborations and trying to foster them in a fair way? With all these kind of, you know, responsible internationalization and things like that. I mean, like, you know, the OECD just wrote a report about this, published, I think, a couple of weeks ago, which was very interesting. But, you know, I think collaboration brings excellent science, obviously, and then that has a benefit to society. But how are we going to navigate this in this current geopolitical space, which is actually, quite frankly, worrying in some parts of the world, you know?
Very relevant question. Yeah, should we take just a short round and some comments from each and one of you, and then I try to wrap it up and we'll be on time. Please, Bente, would you like to start?
Yeah, I mean, that question, we could spend another 2 hours, right, discussing that. But of course, that is very, very difficult. So I think I'll focus on trust. And I really liked your case from Argentine. So to engage the society and the policymakers and how they will perceive science as important. And it's not just by publications, I'm sure. So how that we can solve societal challenges and how we can trust the systems and the assessment and have transparency in the way that we are working. I think that is key.
In response to David, because I think it was addressed at me, so I don't have a quick answer. But there's one thing that comes up recurrently, this supposed dichotomy between basic investigator-driven research and applied mission challenge-driven. And I think we all know that it's actually the overlap, the interface between the two that is really important. And so I think the sort of infighting within the academic community on these issues is not helpful when you're talking to the policy community. And so the community, academic community, and the different funding agencies need to get the single narrative correct. Underneath that, of course, there are those who are supporting blue skies and those who are supporting other types of research. But it needs to be a joined up, connected narrative. Rather than we have to fight our own corners, we're fighting for our budget for basic and you're fighting for applied. And so somehow I would suggest that that is important. Are we moving to competition rather than collaboration? Yes, definitely. And it's competition between countries, but also very much between blocs. And it's also about exclusion. Exclusion of certain countries, absolutely. I think we all know which countries we're discouraged to work with, whether it's because of research security or different issues, but for which there are legitimate arguments as well as other drivers. So I think it's absolutely crucial that it was mentioned the public goods agenda. That is not high on the political agenda. We've just seen COP, which came to nothing. The academic community, in the absence of political leadership, somehow my hope would be that actually academia would take that role. In most countries, it's just not the highest thing on the agenda anymore, but it's there. Academia has to put it as the highest thing on its agenda and push for those public goods. Then on the question of international collaboration and getting researchers to collaborate and are there schemes, in Europe, of course, there are schemes, but there's also a little bit walls around Europe. And we haven't, in all this discussion about collaboration competition, we haven't thought about the emerging economies, the South Africas, the developing countries, a large part of the world's population, and where do they fit? And when it comes to the global goods agenda, we have to absolutely include them. So there are foundations and others who are doing a lot of good work there. It's more difficult for national public funders to fund across borders. That's just the reality of it. But there are many different types of funders that are working.
We are running over time, but so short answers, but please, some if you have some comments.
So it's not proper answer, but a reaction from what you have in commenting. I want to say two things. First, I think we have two beautiful examples of successful collaboration in the academic community, and those is the development of biophysics and biochemistry. I mean, I think that's something we can show the politicians that we are successful when we collaborate. And the other thing that I don't have time to elaborate, but if I were to tell you that science sometimes fight against politics, as we did in Brazil during the COVID experience, because there was enough trust on science, and science had the alliance with the media, we were able to face the government opposition to vaccines. The number of deaths would be much, much higher if the scientific community didn't have trust of the population against the government.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, to the last question here is about the changing political narrative. Yeah, at the European level currently we have the Draghi report is the Bible, basically. Competitiveness is the one word summarizing the direction of travel for the Commission. And the Commission President herself, in September this year in her State of the Union, the big political speech once a year, she used the word fight 5 times in the 6 first sentences. So this is the driver at the highest political level in Europe. So having that as the context, attempting to provide 2 bullet points that I wrote down here from David around narrative that we can use. One is around Europe's competitive strength comes from openness. Closing down would weaken us. The solution is trusted collaboration, not less. And the second is to reward collaboration as competitive excellence. Funding and assessment should treat contributions to teams, infrastructures, and partnerships as core to competitiveness. And I really like David's article published yesterday as a worldview in Nature about how to treat contributions to team and reward contributions to team. If you haven't had the chance to read it yet, I highly recommend it. Thanks.
Thank you.
And final remark. So again, I think we talk about, when we think about collaboration in this context, we're thinking about scientific collaboration. I think that universities need to be anchor institution and build really meaningful relationship with their communities and other stakeholders to be able to generate the value and the kind of societal well-being that we need, and that takes some serious work.
Okay, thank you very much. It's difficult to conclude this, but in the end, I think that the real strength of any research and innovation system actually lies in its ability to hold two forces at once. The drive to outperform and also the willingness to build together. So the competition sharpens ideas and the collaboration can multiply them. And I think that when institutions, researchers, and nations manage to combine these dynamics, protecting the space for rivalry and while cultivating shared purpose, they can actually create ecosystems that are both resilient and generally future-oriented. So it's not to choose between competition and collaborating, but to choreograph them so that the ambition fuels actually progress and partnership, and that we can make that scalable. In that sense, we will also be competitive, I think, in the long run. So you probably heard a quote: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. But the future, I must say, demands that we learn to do both at the same time. So thank you very much, and thank you to the panel. Fantastic. Thank you. And sorry for using 6 minutes of your lunch.
Hope you've enjoyed your lunch. We still have a pretty full couple of hours ahead of us, and so I'm going to press ahead. But before I do that, I was reflecting on a conversation that I had over lunch, where we were discussing the breakout groups and the distribution of delegates at these various sessions in the breakout, and this led to a conversation about actually who is here. You know, who are these delegates that we have here? And I said, well, actually, funny you should ask that, because I have some information. Now, my information is incomplete. I'll come to that in a second. But what I can tell you is that the organizing committee shared with me some data about who we have in the room and online. And roughly it breaks down to around 50% of you are from academia, 25% are from research funders of one sort or another, and the remaining 25% is a kind of cross-section of various stakeholders, and that includes multilaterals, publishers, and science societies. Now, that is quite useful in terms of affiliation, but what it doesn't quite answer is what roles we might have, and this is where my information is incomplete. So I'm just going to ask you to participate in a quick little survey. And here, and this is in the spirit of the complexity of research, as somebody said in one of the breakout groups, you don't have to self-identify in only one group. So you can self-identify in as many groups as you feel fit. Nobody's going to hold this against you, and you will not invalidate our survey. So those of you who would identify as researchers, can you put your hands up? Get a sense of what that distribution is like. Okay. And then those of you who might identify as policymakers of one sort or another, don't be shy. There's no shame in that. Okay. Was that obvious? Okay. And then those of you who might identify as funders. Interesting. And the final group I have here are managers or leaders, executive leadership in this space in some way. Okay. So, I mean, it's really interesting because I have to say there is no very clear minority in the room. I mean, there is I think we have an overarching sense of folks identifying as researchers, which is not a bad thing. So yeah, there we go. So for those of you who I was talking to at lunch, we have our answer, and that is very rigorous surveying indeed. Okay. Now, for reforms to be truly impactful, we need to have a conversation that feels global. It must feel informed by a set of values, but also informed by some very material realities. And as we heard yesterday from Christina Ulen, who is the Danish Minister for Higher Education and Science, it's all very well and good for Denmark, for instance, to be making progress at a national level around reforms in research assessment, but it's not going to go very far in the world of research mobility if she is doing this alone. And therefore, what we need to be doing is thinking about how the design and direction of research careers is adopting incentives, rewards, and metrics which are highly codependent on other countries and regions. And now, actually, we have a panel that will help us to reflect on some of these challenges. We're going to be discussing the idea of transferable credentials, rewards, and indeed the values that should be underpinning this global reform effort. And I'm going to sit here in my Game of Thrones chair and then invite the panelists to join. So Andiswa Mafungu is a senior lecturer at the University of Cape Town, where she heads the Department of Knowledge and Information Stewardship. Her research focuses on developing a holistic framework for research impact. You can read all about her various achievements in your annotated agenda in your pack. Angela Bednarek oversees scientific advancement at the Pew Charitable Trust. And in this role, in addition to managing grant and fellowship programs, she co-founded something called the Impact Funders Forum, which I'm sure we'll hear a bit more about. Professor Gunnar Stiversen is a research professor emeritus at the Nordic Institute for Studies in Innovation, Research and Education in Oslo, with substantial experience advising ministries and academics in various countries on the development of research evaluation. Dr. Lizzie Gad is Head of Research Culture and Assessment at Loughborough University. She is also Vice Chair of CORA and chairs the International Network of Research Management Societies Research Evaluation Group. Professor Ginny Barber is the Editor-in-Chief of the Medical Journal of Australia. She is currently co-chair of DORA. Dr. Enrik Barsle-Fosse heads the impact management team at the Novo Nordisk Foundation and himself has a background in economics. So the way that this is going to go is that actually I am going to invite each of our panelists to make some remarks for 5 minutes or thereabouts. And then we're going to very quickly get into a conversation, and we're hoping that you will join that conversation quite quickly as well. And so to try to be sure that we make time for that conversation, I have advised them that they have 5 minutes, and if they hear me say yes, that may mean that I agree with them, but it certainly means they need to wrap up. So, and I'm saying that now so that we have public accountability and transparency in the interest of the values that we're talking about. So, I'm going to start, Andiswa, by asking you to share your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you to the organizers, David, for the invite, and also just making it possible to be part of this, I think, very global discussion. But I'd also like to acknowledge Giovanni from DORA for, I think, being truly international. I think from my side before, I'll probably just speak on how I got into the space of research assessment reform. Maybe just to briefly touch on my background. So, I mean, I understand some of the perspectives that ECRs bring into the space, but also very important that I bring lived experiences and perspectives from the global south, specifically South Africa, which might relate to some of the aspects in Africa, but I know also I come from a pretty privileged place in South Africa, which is not the case across Africa, as I mean, I think we've heard even from these conversations that Europe is not homogeneous. Same goes with Africa, that we find ourselves maybe being more privileged in South Africa. So I think that is a perspective I come from. but also I'm a librarian by training and worked as an academic librarian. And I think through frustrations with metrics, that's how I got into the space. And this was around 2017 when I started my PhD. And I know back then we were not calling it reform in research assessment. We were probably all calling it different things across the world. I know I was looking at it from a holistic assessment, meaningful assessment. And it is from that space where we're coming from and looking, how do we, as social scientists and others who have been frustrated by metrics, how do we assess that in a more meaningful way? And I think also just tapping into some of the conversations, how do we do that which is more contextual? How does that speak to our society? I mean, we talk around in Africa around unemployment and different issues. And if I'm doing research and publishing in international journals in America, how does that speak to unemployment in my neighborhood in Africa broadly? So looking at it, how does assessment speak to societal impact? Because I mean, we talk about grand challenges, we talk about different visions. I know my institution, University of Cape Town, is known as being one in Africa and all those things. And I mean, I don't agree with university rankings, but they still matter to someone. And then we always ask ourselves, like in our ivory towers, how does that speak back to the community? We have a lot of rural and marginalized communities. How does the work that we do in the university speak back to the communities, specifically in Africa? We know about, I mean, the internationalization. I think there's a place for that, but also I think our research in our universities needs to speak back to that. So that is the perspective I come from. But I also, over the years, with the research, looking into the space, and one of my students was also just taken up. I think the aspect of values has come up quite a lot. But for me, I think also, I mean, I'm glad to have our founder being around, National Research Foundation, because a lot of it, I mean, the founders, we know the power that they hold and how they can influence the space. And I think from a South African perspective, this is something that maybe has been ignored for a long time. I know with my research, what we've picked up is the misalignment, that actually there is great work that researchers are doing. However, I mean, I understand where a lot of emerging researchers are coming from. We still need to get tenure, we still need to get funding and so on. So I might want to do societal impactful research. But also if my institution, my funder still says, well, how many outputs do you have? Where did you publish? And where also the money lies. I mean, South Africa is still very driven around subsidy for publications, and institutions compete around there where one institution wants to keep on being number one in terms of research output. So in that case, where the funding is actually linked to the outputs, it's linked to the publications, we have a huge misalignment where funders, I think, could push that in a more positive way, influence that behavior with researchers, by aligning the values, by aligning what you regard as being important to the funding, which we have not seen much of. And I think also leadership commitment. And this is something, if you commit to something, you'd put the resources towards that. I mean, we talk about emerging and early career researchers, and also just the building capacity, the literacy and understanding and awareness in that space. And I think this is where the resources, the commitment, that we need from our leaders, but also we know that has to go in with buy-in. And also, for me, I think that speaks to some of the aspects I know in the different breakout rooms, the equity aspect. And how I came into this space is also the importance of equity, that I recognize where I come from, my perspectives and lived experiences. And how does that work in a global space? Yes. And how does that feature in a global space? Thank you. I think I'll end there. Thank you.
I didn't mean to cut you off quite so abruptly.
We'll hold that.
But I will come back to that. I mean, I think you've raised some really important issues here around misalignment in structures and values, and the challenge of leadership, really. So I think there's a lot actually for us to revisit. Angela.
Yes. Hi, everybody. I was just chatting with folks at lunch that this meeting has just gone, so fast. I can't believe this is the last, this is the closing plenary and panel. It's been really wonderful to be here. So at the Pew Charitable Trust, we do a lot of things, but what I'm going to focus on is our efforts to support research and other kinds of initiatives that really push forward mobilizing research for public good. We do a lot of grant and fellowship programs, but we also support and founded a couple of years ago this thing called the Impact Funders Forum. And this was really an effort, and this goes to the sort of global nature of this, to leverage shared interests, shared challenges across all different kinds of funders and all the different sectors in which they work to really tackle the system-wide barriers that we all face. So we bring together public funding agencies and a lot of different philanthropies from all around the world. We have more than 80 different organizations that participate in some way or another. And the value that we share is we really want those research investments to make a difference. We want to understand how can we make the most of it, not just because the return on investment is a monetary thing, but because we really want to understand how are we making the world a better place. We think research is a really important component of that. The forum started as an effort on the part of funders to understand how can we play a better role in supporting research, in supporting the enabling conditions to make that happen. And so really took it upon ourselves. We got really granular to start. What are the kind of practices we're using? How are we setting our priorities? How are we structuring our calls for proposals? What are our assessment metrics? What kinds of grantees do we seek out? How do we support them? For how long? What's the budget? All that kind of really detailed work that's so important for supporting research that advances solutions and innovation and really attempts to close the gap. We realized pretty early on that that was great, that we were really going to focus on ourselves and that we could do a lot to adapt and take practices that worked from across these different sectors, but we could only make it so far. We ran head first, and many of us had already run into this, into research culture, research assessment, research incentives. A lot of funders in the group were trying to support team-based interdisciplinary work, partnered research with community organizations or policymakers, translational work. That kind of work, as we've been talking a lot about in the last day and a half, is hard to support. There aren't yet research assessment metrics that allow that to really accelerate and go beyond. And so we realized that not only could we help each other support that research, but we could also start to tackle what we started to see as a set of wicked problems, grand challenges within the research system. Research incentives, how do we measure impact? Resilient research funding, that's been a big one this year. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've done on research incentives and research culture and assessment, but just to bring this back to, we really see this as a system level issue. That's why we think about this as a wicked problem, as a grand challenge. These are not issues that any one funder, any one research university, no one can solve these by themselves. So what we did was, like good researchers who are also research funders, is we tried to get a sense of what did the landscape look like? Where was there progress that we could build on, that we could support more of? So we supported a scan, which happy to share, about where there's promising pockets of progress in changing research culture and research incentives to support a much broader range of research strategy. Where did those exist? Did they exist? Turned out they did. So what did those look like? How could we make more of them? We also realized that some of the research funders in this group had already started grant-making programs to make more of that change. So we started to look at what did those grant programs look like? How could we support and scale more of them? I'll give one quick example. Was one of our colleagues in the US at a foundation had supported an effort called the Institutional Challenge Grant, which supports research at a university in a partnered way, but also supports process change, so supports time on the part of a researcher or an expert at the university to pilot and test ways to change promotion and tenure criteria. So at the same time that the research funder is giving research dollars for research funding, they're also giving dollars to pilot and test changes to reward that kind of research. So those are examples where there are models, there are tested models, you can expand those. So we realized there was a real opportunity in a classic system way to connect the dots between both what was happening in university systems already, what funders were doing, and really build towards a set of recommendations that we could contribute to the broader world here, the broader community here, and understand how we can all make more of a difference. So one of the things we did with this work, with this scan, was to launch a University Presidents and Chancellors Council, mostly focused on US and Canada right now, but all full of comprising first mover university leaders who all wanted to see some of that change in research assessment and research culture happen. So how could we build them not only just as a peer community, but enable them and work in partnership, the funders and the university leaders working in partnership to understand what can we do to accelerate progress, to get us into a different phase shift that helps us all do more at a university level or as a funding level. The last thing I'll say is that, and we've heard a lot this week about a lot of different efforts. No one effort is perfect. This effort that we put together, not perfect, not a perfect solution, but I really think at this global level, we've got to connect the dots between the different efforts that are underway and understand how we can move forward productively.
Thank you, Angela. I'm really impressed with the size of the coalition you've put together. And we've heard this before, that actually funders have a lot of leverage because money does talk. So it's great to see actually that kind of work taking place. Gunnar, be interested to hear your thoughts.
Yes, thank you. I will talk about a type of research assessment system that really has trouble with becoming globally aligned. I'll also talk about why it is so and what we can do about it. I will talk about national systems for funding and assessing universities. So this year I've contributed to a global overview of national systems for funding and assessing universities, and we created it in interaction with experts in so far 13 countries in different parts of the world. And they also helped us in designing a typology of the systems, thereby creating a kind of common language for discussing them, the systems, and learning from each other across countries. Part of the interaction was with national experts, and it was by online meetings. So one day we started with India, then we went on to South Africa, and then up to Italy, and finally to Argentina. And then we had lunch after speaking English the whole morning. So the report of this was published by the Rory Institute in London in May. So what did we learn? We learned that while the creation of scientific knowledge is increasingly globalized, and while the funding of research projects is increasingly transferred across countries and based on aligned assessment criteria, and while the mobility of researchers is increasingly global in increasingly aligned systems for recruitment and career management, universities remain national in the way they are assessed and funded. They need to remain national because they have a national legal framework, and they are funded by taxpayers who care about higher education for their children. And that's their main focus, not research. And that would also be the main focus on their ministries. And then how researchers are assessed by the universities will thereby reflect how the university is assessed and funded itself. And these systems tend to be conservative. Once implemented, the systems become games with rules and specific terminologies and infrastructures and incentives that are difficult to change. This is not only the case globally, it's also the case within Europe, as we learned from one of the breakouts. However, at all 13 global contact points, we experienced an eagerness for change. And this eagerness was stimulated by the new common language we created with the typology. And we found really that it's not about us talking to these systems in each of the countries. It's about making these national systems talk to each other for inspiration and mutual learning. That was all.
And on that note, it's interesting when you say, fundamentally the challenge that we have here is that we're talking about building a global movement with some national institutions,
yes,
and that have very particular accountabilities. Lizzie.
Thank you. So anyone who's been working in research assessment reform for any length of time in any setting, in any region, will soon realise that if they want to reform research assessment, they have to do that on the global stage. And research assessment reform will only work if it is global, because researchers are globally mobile, as we've heard a lot. They're also sectorally mobile, and any assessment reform that focuses only on some form of local change has essentially the potential to fracture rather than to improve the assessment ecosystem. We've already got many different types of narrative CV, for example. We've got many different types of career assessment matrix kind of bubbling up. Lots of innovations are surfacing from many different institutions, research performing and research funding institutions. So there is a need for global agreement when it comes to assessment reform, and that's why the Coalition for Advancing Research Assessment's founding document is positioned as an agreement rather than a set of principles. As Karen Strubantz and myself and some other wonderful women working in this space wrote last year, there is a need for research assessment to be as aligned as possible and as diverse as necessary. Our challenge, of course, is that current geopolitical tensions that we face are leading to siloisation and nationalism that are not conducive to the global agreement that we need. We're seeing increasing tensions between data sovereignty and data openness. We are seeing increasing tensions between secure research and open research. We're arguably moving from a world that sought to be as open as possible and as closed as necessary to one that's now seeking to be as closed as possible and as open only as necessary, to one that seeks to be as competitive as possible and as collaborative only as necessary. And when it comes to research assessment, to one that is as diverse as possible and as aligned only as necessary, or even not aligned at all. So in the face of these challenges, it's critical that those of us who care about assessment reform seek more opportunities to align on the global stage. All reform movements obviously have to be born somewhere. Kawara was born in Europe. It's been hugely successful in this region. We've seen many wonderful things happening, but we have to acknowledge that in the current geopolitical climate, its European roots will be off-putting to some parts of the world. We have to acknowledge that if we're not careful, assessment reform might be seen as another form of colonialism. We imposed the first set of commercial publication-dominant forms of assessment on the world. Are we now seeking to impose an alternative form of assessment on the world without partnering with that world and without humility? And one of the areas where I think we can sometimes impose ourselves on the world is in the area of culture and values underpinning research assessment. We can make significant assumptions that we all share the same values around openness and equity and autonomy and around community, when other parts of the world wouldn't really recognise those as formative values at all. And whilst we might not align on cultural values, I think we have to hope that we might align on values on the scholarly enterprise itself, perhaps the Mertonian norms or others that are more pertinent to 21st century science, and that these would perhaps be a more agreeable starting point to deliver a better research ecosystem. Because whether we're as aligned as possible or as aligned as necessary, some alignment is going to be needed to make the global system work. And at a recent conference, I proposed a Dublin core for research assessment, the idea that just as we had a core set of metadata elements to describe objects in digital environments, we could seek to align around a core set of dimensions for the assessment of researchers, which would provide researchers with stability and confidence that wherever they went in the world, whether within academia or industry, there would be a core set of expectations as to what good looks like. And yes, of course, individual regions and disciplines could add to that set, but the fundamentals would remain. But it's not just enough to redesign the assessment of individual researchers, I think, over which we as research performing and funding organisations have agency. We must also focus upstream to those forms of assessment that are being imposed upon us, over which we have no agency or governance, that are wreaking similarly devastating effects. And of course, the most destructive of these is the global university rankings. Whilst unappointed, unaccountable commercial third parties are setting the standard as to what our beloved HE sector looks like, we will never truly be free of the narrow publication-based indicators we want to eradicate in our own researcher assessments, because they will still count. And if we can't agree between us that what we actually value about research performing organisations and how to assess those things, we will end up outsourcing our values to entities that don't have our best interests at heart. And that's why Quara has as one of its 4 core principles to avoid the use of such rankings in research assessment. We've now just formed a new working group called the Thinking Critically About University Rankings Network, or TURN, to enable some of these critical global conversations about how we can address this unhelpful element of driver, really, of poor downstream behaviours.
Yes.
Ultimately, I'm nearly finished. I've said many times before, research assessment can't be responsible. Only people can be responsible. And as actors in the responsible research assessment ecosystem, as we all are, the most responsible thing I think we can do right now is to align and to collaborate as far as we can, to collectively act, to address those elements of our ecosystem that we cannot fix individually, and to bring about better environments for our research communities, and ultimately for the benefit of society itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie. I was struck by the way that you framed this issue around what is necessary and what is possible, because I think this is really fundamental to what we're faced with at the moment. I also want to say, because I think you've raised a really important point here, right, which is around the sort of geopolitical dynamics of this mission. And I think I do have to acknowledge that I know that the organizers of the conference were really keen on this panel because of exactly that, because they thought it was important that we recognize where there are initiatives around the world that are aligned with this research assessment reform. And I can see the value of that, as you've just articulated. Ginny.
Thank you. Well, so first of all, thank you to the organisers of this conference for bringing everyone together and to be on this panel. I don't know about you, but this feels to me like quite a historic moment, a historic gathering, and it's fantastic to be here. I'm one of the co-chairs of DORA. I'm really delighted to be representing my colleagues. I know Giovanna is going to keep me on track if I say something out of line. I'm from the UK originally. I'm delighted to be back in Europe. I don't come back that often, or much as I'd like to. I live and work in Australia, in Meanjin and Brisbane, and I live on the unceded lands of the Turrbal Niagara people, and I encourage you to come to Australia if you've not visited us. So I just wanted to start with a short anecdote that I think kind of illustrates how far we've come. So my route into the understanding of how insane the system of research assessment is came back in the early 2000s when I was one of a group of people that was launching PLOS Medicine well before DORA, even long time before Quara, and we were aiming to be experimental in what we did, both in our publishing model, but also in what we published. And we were told very directly by ISI, the people that then owned the impact factor, that what we published on global health issues would never translate into good enough citations, let alone a high impact factor. And if we wanted to succeed on their terms, then we better think again about what we were going to publish. So, needless to say, we didn't follow their advice, but I will just say it took some collective bravery at that time when the system seemed pretty set in its ways. So from that very early encounter with assessment, what's become increasingly clear to me as I've sort of moved through the system, most recently in DORA, I'm now back in publishing, is that reform of research assessment is a global systems problem. It's a wicked problem, exactly. And I think that's reflected in the diversity of our representation at this conference and the diversity of the topics we've talked about. And I think, like the other panelists, I mean, this could not be more urgent. We're at a really risky time for academia. We heard yesterday that we're seeing the active spread of disinformation, misinformation, through a variety of routes, most of which completely bypass scholarly communication. At the same time, we know that low quality, in fact, fabricated information is flooding the academic system from actors that are seeking to exploit that. They've been called, they're essentially criminal syndicates that are attempting to undermine what we do. But they're doing it because their clients need the currency of publications and citations, and they are rewarded by gaming the system. And at the moment, we don't really have a good response to that yet. And all of this is supercharged by AI. So a theme of this session was, for reforms to be truly impactful, they need to be based in a global conversation about foundational values. I could not be more important. So I think we're at a time where we can take stock of what we value. I think this is a really great opportunity to sort of come to a shared agreement about what quality, integrity, and value look like. And I think we have an opportunity now to take back control of what we value in research. So I'm just going to call out 3 specific areas where I think we can make meaningful collective action, locally and globally. And I hope this kind of illustrates how everything is intertwined. So we heard from Anna this morning, open science, reform of research assessment are intricately linked. I think it's very clear to many of us that have worked in open science for a while that the reason we haven't been able to move it on is because of this linking. But we need a diversity of approaches to open science. I think that's increasingly important, and I think we need to, as a community, really recognise that and push back against any attempt to make things more uniform. And that means that anything that represents open science, sharing data, publication in a journal output, a non-traditional research output, truly terrible term, needs to be set. We need to have a way of incentivizing all of that. The second area, I think, is around the need to develop a system that rewards different career routes, that incentivizes academics to move freely between academia, industry, government, and not-for-profits. So I'd ask a question that we consider: do we need to redefine what an academic is? I've had a very non-traditional route through the academic system. Once I discovered I was an extremely bad lab researcher, finished my postdoc, but am I still an academic? Although I don't, do the traditional things that many of you do. We heard from Jensi yesterday the precarity of academics in this system, and especially the precarity of being an advocate for change and being a young academic in this system. In 2023, the Australian chief scientist commissioned a report, and it noted that the current system fails to recognise experience outside the research sector. As a result, incentives get in the way of academic mobility between the university sector, industry, and government. And that's not good in a world where we need diverse talent and experiences. And then finally, I just wanted to highlight the need to have approaches that work across multiple ways of doing research, and specifically across to be inclusive of different cultures. So from my perspective as the editor of an Australian health journal, the current system does not adequately support, in fact it punishes the indigenous research methodologies, ways of research government, and particularly indigenous ways of working, the importance of community in the research that is done. And this isn't just about equity, this isn't from a negative perspective. I actually truly believe and would like us to think about the fact that I think the current system would be enormously enriched if we were to truly learn from those ways of working. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginny. I think the outline of those 3 practical steps you've described are worth coming back to, because I think they offer real value to the conversation. Okay, Enric.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you to the organizers for also providing me with the privilege to share a funder's experiences. I'll probably do it a bit more pragmatically from our experience, not so much political inputs. For those of you who might not know the Novo Nordisk Foundation, it's a Danish foundation that largely funds public life science research, typically in the lower half of the TRL scale. Our annual funding exceeds 1 billion euros. Most of that is actually awarded in Denmark, but it's also increasingly we are going international, and we're aiming for 40% by 2030. And we have regional offices across the globe. So actually more than 90% of our grants, so individual grants, are awarded in open competition calls, as you would see in national funding agencies. But they actually only account for 30% of the money that we award. So most of the money that we award are awarded in large standalone grants in more discretionary ways. And that is also more a co-creation phase than it is just simply an application coming in. So we've spent the past years looking closely at our own practices, not because we have to, we're a private foundation, but because we believe that our assessment process must reflect fairness and transparency and a broad understanding of excellence. So research assessment should never be an exercise from an organizational perspective. It's an act of stewardship. So the agreement on reforming research assessment is a great physical document to have. It helps us give this stewardship a shared language. Many of its principles align with the changes that we've already been making in our foundation, recognizing diverse contributions, reducing reliance on journal-based metrics, strengthening narrative elements, and creating more space for judgment. And these values, they guide our decisions, but they also highlight the gap between our aspirations and the systems that researchers actually work in. So from a practical perspective, I want to share two examples. One of how we try, from our open competition mechanism, and one from our standalone grant mechanism, where we award the very large standalone grants. So the first example concerns how we ask committees of academic representatives to assess applications. And like many funders, we realize that seemingly neutral-looking information like CVs and applications and publication lists, they could have embedded inequities. We've always been interested in research, and we contribute actively ourselves. And in a research project through Rory with other international funders, we discovered that the guidance to our reviewers was very open for wide interpretation, to say it the least. And so we introduced more clearer and more structured guidance to help reviewers focus on the substance of a proposal and on the applicant's actual contributions. We prompt them now to consider the substance of contribution and societal impact, potential societal impact. And among other things, also diverse outputs like focus on team science, if that's important, project-based learnings, do you have learning loops in your projects, and collaborative setups and support. Now, we don't have a comprehensive training module on fair assessment, but the world is not black and white. I mean, the motivation for fair assessment has grown gradually over the years. That's my experience. And the demand for clarity is increasingly coming from our committees themselves. And the committees are the academic representatives. We're seeing an appetite for more consistent assessment practices, which suggests that the cultural shift is happening organically and not just by mandate or by force. The second example then concerns our large standalone grants, where interactions with the research institutions stretch over months. So we're actually shaping an application together, which means that we're also shaping the body of text that will be assessed. So if we do that, we can also shape how assessment takes place. And in this sense, we work in a very structured way to get broader success criteria. We do this with an impact framework approach, where we first ask them to articulate the challenge and discuss that, then ask them to describe the broader situation that they want to address. And then we ask for a grand vision, the ideal change. What does that look like? The impact, the societal impact, so bigger than the project. And only then do we talk about project success. And when we do that, then we start talking about how we want to get there. And what we realize is that it's more than just hiring excellent researchers. It's about building and nourishing a culture of leadership and the ability to mobilize people. And what I really want to say with the second example, and then I'll wrap up, is that funders need not only to set directions for reviewers, they can also set directions directly with the research institutions. And we see the effects when we have the returning customers. The next time they come back, they're much clearer in their thinking. They communicate assumptions, learnings, pathways to impact far better than they've done before. And as a large private funder, that's where we can play a role. We can play that role directly with the institutions, whether it's in Denmark or abroad. That doesn't matter. But in my point of view, in my personal view is that a crucial role lies with the research institutions themselves, because the detailed allocation, once we give that money, how they distribute that money, essentially is an internal organizational matter. And it all brought to a broader point of view, which is that research reform is not a destination. It's something you have to maintain. It's a management exercise to maintain a proper assessment, research assessment system. And that's where organizations like Quora and Dora, they play really a vital role, because they can create that international alignment and those shared expectations.
Thank you, Henrik. So I feel there are two themes running through your remarks, and I'm going to ask you some quite blunt questions about both those themes. The first one is, and I know where Ginny stands on this because she's addressed it very explicitly. Do we feel like we need to be having some kind of global alignment here? Do we want some convergence? Or are we looking for something that's more pluralistic, which is a way of maintaining local autonomy, for instance? And I'd be very interested to hear reflections from across the panel on this. As I said, Ginny has already made her position very clear. And so...
Maybe if I start on that. I think a more pluralistic approach would make more sense. And I know in a breakout room that we had, this is something that was brought in. And I think this speaks to context. It speaks to equity. And maybe something also just to add, we want to align as possible and be as diverse as necessary, but I think also be equitable by design. That equity does not come as the by the way. When we've done all of these things and we're like, then we'll bring in different ways of knowing. We'll bring in the indigenous knowledge systems and indigenous communities and the marginalized groups, that actually equity is part of that pluralistic system and diverse system, and also the aligned system. And also I think for me, as we look into the aligning the pluralistic system, that we probably need to also ask other questions. And we talk about the fundamental principles and values that we need to consider, but we never ask who is represented in those discussions when we discuss what are those fundamental principles. And I'm glad to be part of this panel. It speaks to representation, but a lot of times we never consider who is in the room and who is not, who is excluded, because then we actually, again, the systemic biases, we talk about them, but we reinforce those by just depending who is in the room. We'll have a lot of global and international organizations, but are they truly international? When we look at the world, can we talk about the representation from the marginalized groups to the groups that can afford to come into the spaces and so on?
Okay. Thank you. Any other thoughts on this question of how far do we want to go with convergence, alignment? What might be the limits?
I can mention a new challenge we have. So I talked about national systems for research assessment, and they could talk to each other, and that would be a step forward. But in the meantime, recently, and Lizzie mentioned this, 3 other ministries in each of our countries are also involved in research policy under the topic of research security. And they don't even know that research and new knowledge is created across countries. They think of knowledge as something that is created within a country and that can be exported or it can be withheld, which is an absurd belief, but it's there. So the values and practices of good research, which is our concern, now needs to defend it on a broader range towards authorities that don't know that these values and practices are global or should be global.
So I'm going to put you on the spot and say, okay, so how do we respond to that? Because I recognize entirely what you've described.
I respond by research on research. I demonstrate also with colleagues in those countries that we are afraid of, that how collaboration really works in practice.
Okay.
Because we leave the traces of this collaboration when we publish. And publish is good for many things also, not only for CVs. It's
right.
good for enlightening the problem.
We need the publishers, it's true. Yes, Angela, you're going to say something as well on this question of alignment versus diversity and pluralism. Yes.
And I think it's probably a both and. One of the things that we've been really keen to do within this Impact Funders Forum is to understand an expanded toolkit of research assessment practices, not just for an individual researcher or for a discipline, but really how are we understanding what it means to do excellent research that is, I think someone yesterday mentioned socially robust, Helga Nowotny's socially robust knowledge concept. So what does that look like to do that in a high quality way? So what's that toolkit of different ways of understanding, assessing, and measuring the different kinds of outcomes we're hoping for? So then it can encompass some of this partnered research that includes different knowledge sources coming together if the aim is to address a policy issue or address a question on the ground. What does it look like to do that in a really high quality way? So we have ways of understanding what it means to do high quality physics or high quality chemistry. We don't have that toolkit for those other kinds of research strategies and other kinds of intended outcomes. There can be consistent ways of understanding that across the global system.
That's an interesting concept. So, but just before we open to the rest of the room for questions, the other theme that I see running through your presentations here was around funders and the particular power and leverage that funders have. Having said that, I've heard some very compelling rationales for why we need to be bottom up in our approach to research assessment reform. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that as well. Again, how do we get the balance right? And again, I reflect this to the panel generally, although I'd be keen to hear from that end of the panel now. Yes, Ginny.
If I can start, I think the key around all of this, we've touched on this a little bit about, is about representation. So, it's very clear that if you design a system for anything and the people who that system affects are not in the room, you're not going to design a system that works. And so I do absolutely believe in the power of funders to facilitate that, and that's great to hear what your foundation is doing. But I think that if you don't really meaningfully bring the right people into the room, and that means, often it's not the people who come to these conferences. You've got to go out and talk to them individually. You have to understand the ways of actually having meaningful conversations and understanding it's not going to happen in a couple of months. It may take a year, and planning it meaningfully. That's certainly been my experience on things that we've been trying to do at our journal, for example, is that you have to be prepared to change the way that you try to include people in the process.
Okay. I think, I would say that you can't get away from the reality that most institutions have to follow the money. The bottom line is the bottom line, and funders do have a significant amount of power in driving behaviours and rethinking what we actually value in our assessment criteria, but not just in terms of individual researchers and research projects, but also the kind of institutions that they fund. I was really interested to hear what you said, Henrik, about the power of funders to perhaps support institutions and only fund those institutions that meet certain criteria. So the Wellcome Trust obviously done that with open science and data. They've done it with research assessment as well, that they will only fund those organisations who are committed to assessing in a responsible way. If more funders did that, then that would have significant power and a kind of a ripple effect through the community, I think.
I wanted to say, actually, this idea of research assessment as stewardship, it is so profoundly compelling, as a mission statement. And I have lots of questions around it, but I think it's a really interesting idea. And Angela, you were going to say something about this idea of funders, yes?
Well, I was just going to address that bottom-up, top-down question, which I think we need to be thinking. We've heard a little bit about this already in this panel, and I think throughout the last day, is that an ecosystem? It's an ecosystem approach, right? Who are the actors in the ecosystem? What do they each need to do? Because it isn't just a top-down or a bottom-up. It really is an ecosystem, publishers and research universities and funders and disciplinary society. Who sets the standards for a particular discipline? That's a professional society, right? They're part of the ecosystem. So somehow all of those actors need to move forward.
I mean, this is true, but of course then that makes it quite complex and it can be a bit overwhelming. But I hear entirely what you're saying. I think there was an important thing that I would like to hear your reflections on, because, you know, what we have to be careful about here is that we don't have a very, you know, start to articulate and reproduce a very closed idea of who a funder is. I mean, I was going to just saying, in fact, actually, you know, there are examples of funders who exist in government spaces, and they're very powerful. You know, those are the kind of people, Ginny's point, who might not be at a conference on research assessment reform. So, yeah, yes, Henrik, it sounds like you're bursting to.
Yeah. I mean, we often hear the point that we're very powerful, and I think especially in Denmark, we fund around 12% of ongoing research in the Danish research environment. So we're big in that space. We're very big in health sciences, for example, especially the University of Copenhagen. Very big on the external funding part. But at the same time, we also we're also a small organization. We're an organization of 300 people, and when you break that down on the actual individuals who work on a large initiative that is to be funded at whatever university, we're meeting a very big organization, and so there are lots of correlated research on research topics that are in place right now that are on the agenda, and one of them is research assessment. The other one is how do you do impactful research? How do you shape impact agenda-driven research? But then we meet a very, very large organization that has a lot of local fragmented cultures. And we do a research center in one part of the university, and the next time we do a research center in the other part of the university. And those things can be completely different. So what we try to do is to nourish that research on research, makes its way into to universities. We support research capacity building initiatives that train researchers and managers, especially at universities. There's a new project coming up in Denmark with select institutions. Well, they'll try to pilot that, and then there will be a guide on how you do research impact assessment from a managerial perspective. And the same goes for the assessment part. It's the managers we need to get to. It's the senior level. It's culture that has to be driven from above. And we've heard that a couple of times over the past 2 days, that endorsement is not enough. I've also tried to do cultural shifts in my organization, and I've also been in situations where we had endorsement, but we didn't really have buy-in. And that really makes a big difference down the line. Then you lose that culture.
I think this is a very interesting framing, for sure. Okay, I'm very keen to hear any questions in the room. So we have 2 at the front here. Sandra, that's right. And then Jens.
I've made it in the world. Thanks, Nick. So the question I've been burning to ask, and of course I have a lot of ideas on that, is the following, and you tell me if it doesn't resonate, I'll say a little bit more. But so we've been thinking about a reform of research assessment. And I want to ask, who is this reform going to benefit? Is it meant to benefit the researchers primarily because they're doing things that are not being recognized? Or, I mean, and this is where the ecosystemic view comes in, is it a means to transform research practices so that we can finally achieve our mandate, which is to create more well-being in societies? And why are we talking about that? I was at lunch today, and some of the people who were at the table were saying, I don't understand why we need to talk about innovation. This is about research. And so I want to say, so why are we doing this, really? Why are we reforming assessment? What is our theory of change? I'd like to know.
Yes, Lizzie, okay.
Yes, I think the theory of change is yes, we are doing it for our researchers ultimately, that those are the ones who are suffering the most as a result of our current ecosystem, I think. But then that will have a knock-on effect on the research itself, which ultimately will benefit society. That's the theory of change as I see it. That ultimately we are doing this because we're probably not getting the solutions out to society that we could be. And indeed, the reverse is happening at the moment. There's perhaps not a decrease in trust in science after yesterday, but there's certainly an impact on trust in science that's happening as a result of the negative impacts of the current research assessment ecosystem. So we have to address that urgently, and that ultimately is who we're serving, it's society. Yeah.
I am reminded, sorry, just very quickly before Angela, just before you respond, of a comment yesterday from our colleague in the European Commission who said actually, this quote from a young researcher who said, "I never want to be in a position again where I have to make a choice between what is good for science and what is good for my career." And to me, that speaks to, I think, the theory of change that Lizzie was just describing, right? Is that it breaks down that dichotomy, as it were, ultimately. Yes, Angela.
And I think I and we in this group come at it from the other way, that it's really about reforming research assessment so we understand the kinds of research strategies that can build together, that can we can make more of, that contribute to those better outcomes. And in doing that, we hope that we're making room for researchers who want to do that kind of research. I think there's a different set of questions about how to give researchers a good life, but I think it's about that sort of us understanding what it means to do that research that's going to contribute to those outcomes. I mean, sometimes I think about this funders love to fund fellowships, right? Fellowships are a big thing. So in the science policy world, sometimes we think about funding a policy fellowship, a scientist to sit in a policy shop. A lot of times those are great for the scientists in their career. So it's like it's a wonderful experience, but we don't understand whether that's actually making a difference for, more informed policy. So it's like you can think about it in those kinds of ways too. We think so, but I see some shaking heads, but we don't actually know, how well that works. So anyway.
Yes, Ginny, and then we'll go to Yancy for a question.
Yeah, so I'd go back to my first story, which was about PLOS medicine. We wanted to try to do something innovative, and we were stifled by the research assessment system that we sat within. So I think there's a positive side to it, which is that we want to incentivize people to experiment and be bold and try new things. And the current system completely slaps you down if you try doing that in many systems. But the reverse side of that is we're seeing some real challenges, as everyone will know here, around research integrity. And I was at a conference in Sydney a couple of weeks ago, and somebody said, we literally got into the whole conversation about we would not be here if we did not have the incentive system we had right now. And so I think suddenly everything is linking up. We all understand this is a systems problem. So to the wider point, and that's about society, we're wasting resources when people do research because it's poor quality, etc. So I think it absolutely comes back to society. I'm not here for researchers. I'm here for societal issues, I think.
Okay, Jensen.
Yeah, I wonder about why research excellence has to be very discipline specific, and can't it be about having a sound and well thought research question with a hypothesis which applies for all research, and having very thorough and transparent and reproducible and reusable methods to lead to the results. So in this way, we don't focus about the results, because then we go into a big problem of just publishing good, positive results. And that creates a lot of bias, and at the end, it undermines trust in science. So is there a reason why we cannot do this?
Can I actually, I think this is a really interesting question, and I want to link it to something else that's been on my mind, and it's, I think, again, very germane to the panel here, is can we find ways of approaching research that will not reproduce some of the hierarchies that we have at the moment, right? And this is actually not only in institutions, but particularly across countries and regions. And I think that if we look at the question that Jensi has just posed, I'd be very interested to hear from you as panelists about how this might work in terms of thinking about this more as a way of challenging some of these hierarchies that we see in research institutions and across countries. Yes, so Gunnar, I see you.
If we think about this old strange idea of a university, the idea is to bring the disciplines together and perhaps learn from each other in practices. Now, we need to think otherwise than they did before. You can only assess research within a discipline. But I think that the exchange between the disciplines, which is a kind of requirement for a good university, should be about also research processes and methods. Yeah. So that should be really stimulated.
Lizzie, yes?
I think in terms of assessing researchers or research projects, that could work. We'd have a question as to who would say what's sound. So there would be the same issue that we're facing with peer review would apply in that setting. But of course, it depends on the context. So if we're looking at assessing universities, that approach wouldn't scale, because obviously we're just looking at individual researchers and research projects. And I think that's one of the problems that we face when we're discussing assessment reform, is that some of us are thinking about individual researchers, some about projects, some about universities, and so we have to kind of have that context question answered first. Who will be assessing and for what? And then we can start thinking about what might be appropriate, what we value in that context. Obviously, we've got the INORMS scope framework, which kind of unpacks that a little bit and helps you kind of walk through a process. But I certainly think in some contexts, that absolutely that would be what we value and should be what we're assessing. Yeah.
Yes, Henrik, I saw you, and then Ginny. Sorry, just before you answer, Henrik, what Lizzie just said reminded me of something that came up actually in the breakout session on competition and collaboration, where there was a kind of framing that talked about the meta level, the meso level, and the individual level. And I think it's quite helpful thinking about that in terms of when we're talking about the transferability of rewards and incentives and so on, what level are we talking about doing that transfer? And it could also be helpful in terms of thinking about where there is alignment and where there's diversity. Yes, Henrik.
Yeah, so when we award money in open competition, for example, the things that we can do is to set criteria that sort of set the frame for how proposals are evaluated. And there we try to set that frame so that when the discussion comes up in the committees, the focus is not on H-index. It's not on so much as on past performance as it is on the originality of the research question, whether it addresses as a gap, what's the potential impact, how do you set yourselves up for collaboration, and what's the approach like? So there is that should guide the discussion, and hopefully, if there is someone who's bad in the committee, that they actually have to justify why they score differently than other members do. And then to remember that when we award money in open competition, it's a choice of instrument. It's often a choice of instrument when you don't know who exactly to pick, so you source ideas. And when we evaluate programs, we never evaluate individual grants. We always evaluate at the program level. So that's...
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just... I think this goes back to what Anna was saying this morning about the idea that research is a process. We need to continuously think about research as a process, not just as an output. Of course, the outputs are important, but I think one of our things for us, I guess, to decide as a community is what outputs do we actually think we want to value. But if we don't value the process, and if we don't put in place the infrastructure to support things like, for example, data sharing, one of the things I hear all the time about why you're not sharing your data, why you're not sharing your code, it's because it takes time. Nobody gives me any credit for doing it, and I've no idea where to do it. So there is an infrastructure thing. But then underneath that is the culture. We have to also have a culture which says, actually, we value you when you share your data. We value you when you make your code available. And it's a whole system. It comes back to the whole system again.
Thank you. So, Gunnar, I know you want to say something. If you can say it in less than 30 seconds, that would be great.
I just want to mention that the reform of research assessment is writing history in this sense. So only 10 to 20 years ago, another paradigm was there. It was to compete to get better. So disciplines would compete within universities, outside, researchers should compete. The belief was that we could get better that way. The new paradigm tells something else. And we are writing history because the excellence paradigm is getting to be the old one. It still exists, but we are discussing it all the time. So it's a kind of historical change.
Thank you. Okay, next question. So we have one over here. That's it. Okay.
Elizabeth, you said something along the line that if the reform is not globally accepted and implemented, doesn't make sense. And I'm tremendously inspired by the colleagues that come out of Europe. Nevertheless, this is a EU presidency event, and now I want to turn to the audience and ask you who come from the Europe, Eastern Europe, so east from the line, Szczecin on Baltic and Trieste on the Adriatic. So how many of you come from this area? Okay. Now, the question is, do we have an issue already within Europe? I don't think the weather in Denmark was the reason for this scarce presence of people from this part of Europe. So do we have a value gap, or I mean, I'm asking you, Lizzie, who championed this issue, but also others are welcome to respond.
Well, I think it comes back to what Ginny was saying earlier about representation. Who's in the room? Who's around the table when these decisions are made? Not just in terms of how we're assessing, but how we're reforming assessment is really, really critical. I think you make a really good point. And going back to the INORM scope framework, if you don't mind me kind of banging on about it, one of the 3 principles under which that operates is to evaluate with the evaluated. This co-design thing is really, really important, both in terms of how we rethink our assessments, but also, well, in terms of who's represented when we're rethinking research assessment, both at a kind of local level, but also at a global level. So I think it's important point. Obviously, we're in Europe, so we're going to attract more Europeans. But yeah, where are the Eastern Europeans? Yeah.
I mean, in that regard, I want to pose a rather provocative question to you as panelists. I mean, so we've been spending quite a lot of time talking about mechanisms and tactics and so on. But should we be thinking actually about building a network, social awareness? I mean, how important would you say that is? And really, do you think this is something where we should be spending more energy and effort relative to the work on the technical building of mechanisms? Ginny, I see that you're nodding.
Yeah. Look, completely. And I think that one of the things that, is really critical is actually not make any assumptions about the questions that need to be answered. I mean, it may well be that the community that you go out to, the research assessment that we think matters to them is completely irrelevant. So I think you have to start with a blank slate and be really prepared to, not impose, your expectations on whichever group you're trying to work with. And I feel like, we have to start from somewhere, and this is a group that clearly has, I think we've got the energy here to do that. But I think probably the next step is to really critically understand who's not here and why they're not here, and bring them in.
And this way, I'd be interested to hear your reflections as well.
Yeah, I know. I think it's important to have a network. I think that's why we're here. And I think we all would want some meaningful change. But I think something also worth considering is, I think we need to dismantle the system. And this is something I realize that a lot of times what we're doing, we can see that the cap is broken. We're trying to fix the pieces and not just addressing the fundamental why we're doing this. And it is a radical approach. But I think I look at where I started in my academic career and where I am, and I'm wondering, will I retire and probably go stay somewhere in the beach somewhere and still find that these are the conversations that are still happening and nothing has been done? It is, I think someone mentioned around how scholarly communication is evolving, but our practices are pretty reactive and not keeping up with that, how the space is evolving, and it is an ecosystem approach. I don't think any of us can do, hence the network, and hence all the people that would like to see the actual change in the space, but I think we probably need to be, a more radical approach.
Okay, thank you. We're actually very close to being at time, and I don't know if we could take probably one more question if the person's posing the question. And is there anybody else there? No? Okay. Okay. I think I'm going to come over here because I feel like this part of the audience has been super active. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to be equitable. And I see there's a gentleman there with his hand. So, sir, I'm afraid because we're pressed for time, I'm going to ask you to be really very concrete and concise with your...
I'll be quick. I guess my point is
a reflection on the nature of research funders. My name is Mario Moroso, I work in the UK. I've been involved in funding agency activities for 17 years or something like this. And I think there is sometimes a misconception, perhaps a funding agency is a uniform thing, and the funding agencies are very different among each other, and even within the same funding agency, we compete for resources. We compete for resources in terms of your attention as researchers and for resources, economic resources. So it's a difficult environment for funding agencies as well. And I think this process of reflecting on reforming research assessment is going to be very useful for us because, for example, we have a very difficult time to source peer reviewers, to assess our grant proposals. When those proposals are not successful, they are repackaged and submitted to other funding agencies, which duplicate efforts in the system. I'm competing with the standard industry, publishing industry, for the same resources, for the same time. And in my space, which is policy research and policy space, I compete with the traditional funders that are conceived as better for the researchers in terms of academic and career prospects. It's a very diverse environment. So just a reflection that funding agencies have a role and have authority, but perhaps not as much as you might think sometimes.
So I think that was a very helpful, if slightly despairing, contribution. Thank you. So we are at time. I am going to give each of you about 20 seconds to reflect on one word. How? How do we take this forward, right? Based on, and I'm looking at you, Henrik, because actually... Yeah, you look like you're about to say something. Also, I should warn you, I used to work in radio, so I know 20 seconds.
Well, I think help on alignment is really important. The principles can be shared, but they can be interpreted differently.
Okay, great.
So I think we need a values-based approach, but I'm absolutely here to dismantle the system. So.
Global conversations. We need more global conversations.
I think important not only to address practices within organizations, but also policy.
An ecosystem approach. It's tough, but there is a science to it.
I think just to add, research needs to be more aligned to inform policy and also speak to research leaders.
Well, thank you very much. I really respect the quality of the conversation and also your discipline with the time. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, I have to use my oh, thank you very much. So the lectern is going to be brought back for the farewell comments. And I am also going to hand over to David, the conference chair, who will now lead us through this portion of the discussion. Also, I think that Gunnar, are you here, Gunnar? Yes. Thank you. Okay. David, yes. I think it's just about ready.
En, to, tre. Det virker. Perfekt. All right. I'll just call you to order one last time. Sorry, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that inspiring panel. Another really sort of mind-provoking and consequential panel. I'm very grateful to stand here at the closing part of the conference and look back at two quite stimulating days. I would say perhaps I'm not telling the entire truth, but at least we got one major concern. One major criticism of the conference, and it was that it was too short. So I think, judging from how many people are still in the room Thursday afternoon, I think we did a pretty good job in keeping at least your attention for these 2 days. First of all, I want to thank a couple of people who participated before passing on the word to a number of colleagues who will give their farewell statements and also reflect a little bit upon what we have heard for the last 2 days. Obviously, I want to thank all our speakers for being here, but also I want to thank you as an audience for having taken so much part in the conference and raised your hands and fought for the microphone. This is really what makes a conference lively and engaging, is when we have the chance to hear different voices. I also, of course, wanted to thank our organizing team. That is Paul, Katrine, Josefine, Olivia, Larissa, and the VBN team. I think we should give them a round of applause. Good. And then I also have a little bit of a practical note, but it actually cuts to, again, a little bit at the heart of what we are trying to achieve. And that has to do with the fact that we actually recorded the conference and all the parallel sessions. So I think the idea was that none of us in the organizing team could spend time in all 3 different breakout sessions. So we decided actually to have a company record them, and we will make them available soon after the conference, so you can have them as a podcast or look at them as a video. And I will urge you to do so, because at least from our own session on competition and collaboration, there was a lot of take-home messages, again, that cuts directly to the heart of practical know-how, practical advice for how to make progress. So that should be quite stimulating as well. Then following this week, a policy brief with observation and conclusions from the conference will be published shortly before, or as I noted to myself, perhaps shortly after Christmas. Let's see how fast we can work. We will convey key messages from the conference to the European Commission, who was the key sponsor, and also make sure that you will be provided with a document sort of conveying some of the key messages from this conference to send back home and circulate among some of the colleagues who have not been here, or some of the colleagues that you believe in the funding agencies, in the leadership of your institutions, should know a little bit about what was actually happening here at the conference. And just to give you a preview, it's only based on the last 2 days of conferences, of course, so we will take a little bit more time to consider this more carefully. But I think we have 3 major topics for that policy brief. One is that we want to emphasize the voice of the conference, that we need and already are moving from idea to practice. We have been discussing now for a number of years the why. Why should we change research assessment? But today we are speaking about how. And all the speakers, the panelists, and the audience have bought into this idea about implementation, practicalities, making it work, adapting, contextualizing, as we again just heard from the panel. So judging from the last 2 days and also the side events, we do actually see a demonstrative change happening. Sometimes, as I was told over the reception yesterday, change can actually be hard to perceive, especially for practitioners deeply embedded in the practice under scrutiny. But I would say that what we have been witnessing at this conference would have been difficult to agree upon only 2 or 3 years ago. So progress is real. Today there is global consensus emerging, and you've already heard it. So well done to the speakers and the collaborating partners. At the same time, of course, we have to remember the fact that institutions and people, as Lizzie said, they do move in different timelines, and also perhaps within different speed limits. So there might be different types of context and different pace of institutional reform, but it's all coming back to translation again from principle to practice. Henk said yesterday in conversation that changing university culture is like moving a graveyard. You don't get much help from the inside.
I think we all agree that change is indeed happening, both at the inside but also at the outside, Henk. And I know you're a champion of both, so it's great to reflect a bit upon that. Then one concrete observation from the conference is that we need perhaps a bit more policy evaluation. So some of the panels have been voicing this idea that more empirical impact assessment and follow-up studies of COERA and DORA implementation, leadership, maturity levels, but also providing skill sets and implementation would be interesting to get an even deeper understanding of all these fantastic emerging practices out there. So of course we don't want to make a new, as also I think Lizzie or someone else said, a new ranking of COERA compliance. That would be extremely counterproductive, but some type of barometer or index of promising practices that could inspire people outside the room, and again also emphasizing training for leadership. Then secondly, I think what we also need to bring to the policy brief was some of these exactly promising examples of practices, for instance, the use of narrative elements in funding and recruitment decisions, the focus on diversification of contributions, you heard a lot about that, the combination but also the dominant use of qualitative assessments in hiring and funding. So good examples are important to be able to tell that story, and we heard from the OECD as well today that having evidence-based narratives and having real studies that document the success and the effect of these reforms are important if we want to enter, let's say, the real policy room. So that is to convince ministers of finance and ministers of commerce and ministers of science that this is indeed the best practice. So that I also take with me as a recommendation from the conference. As Anna said in her keynote this morning, institutions really can learn from each other. Elisa Reis from the Brazilian Academy of Science said in a different session that collaboration cannot be an afterthought, and that we need science that progresses to really work across silos and disciplines and sectors. Collaboration is the road to what she called public goods. So still staying committed to science as a public good will indeed need more collaboration, not only on research assessment, obviously, but also on the scientific endeavor itself. And she also mentioned, as many have also repeated, that hyper-focus on productivity and just bringing up numbers of publications or citations will risk, and in fact is already degenerating both knowledge and impact. So I took that with me. In the same session, Professor Bente Stahlknecht gave the anecdote of Werner Heisenberg, who in the 1920s worked with the Copenhagen-based physicist Niels Bohr. He and many others loved to gather actually in this exact city and enjoy what Heisenberg called the Copenhagen spirit. So I hope we conveyed a bit of that collaborative spirit. There will be no grand Copenhagen declaration. We don't need more of those. But if we can have a little bit of the Copenhagen spirit, I think we are already one step ahead. Thirdly, we need to also emphasize, as was mentioned by one gentleman in the final session, we need to emphasize the support for the European Commission to keep pushing for COERA. In the ERA structural policies, in the upcoming ERA Act, as I said also yesterday in the opening statements, especially relating to some of the already draft items. So there are already draft items for the ERA Act, for example, creating better and improved research frameworks. The initiative of that aims to improve conditions for researchers to have better careers, more mobility, and also open science. So this is already very much at the table of policymakers. And the fourth agenda item of the ERA Act in its current draft is safeguarding values. So it seeks to unfold and uphold fundamental values, including scientific freedom, ethics, integrity, equality, and equal opportunities. So if we can input a bit to that agenda and give our voice from the community, from the conference, from the presidency to say this is really the way Europe needs to move, I believe we have made a small contribution from the conference. So with those words, of course, the conversation will continue. I wanted to thank you all, but instead of closing myself, I will give that opportunity to 3 excellent speakers, and I will just invite you up here one at a time. So let me first invite Michael Arnfeld from European Commission to give a farewell statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. The number 3 is a good one to use in communications. So I took note of your 3 main sets of messages or recommendations that you would like to put in the policy brief. I also have prepared 3 messages that I think came out of today's conference. I see already that there is quite some overlap, but maybe a couple of additional ones. So, of course, I would like to thank, first of all, our hosts, our organizers, for, I think, an excellent 2 days. But also all of you. I thank all of you for your very active participation. I think that collectively, we have managed to take the dialogue forward on how we accelerate this reform of research assessment. They're all sliding down here. What it shows, your active participation, is that we do have really a shared commitment to transform the way we evaluate research projects, individual researchers, research organizations. And what I have taken note of, but this was already very clear from yesterday, and I also said it in the panel, we now have to turn the policy, we have to turn the principles into actual practice. This was a quote from one of the DORA co-chairs. To take another quote, we have to now implement to reach the research community on the ground. That was another quote, this time for the Quara co-chair. So, as I said, I have put this together around 3 messages, but also around the fact that the conference is very timely. And it's very timely, again, in, I think, 3 different aspects. First of all, it's very timely because we are halfway through the time frame that many of us have signed up to respect as signatories of the 22 agreement on reforming research assessment. So, of course, this is where we have to demonstrate in a 5-year period progress towards reviewing, developing, evaluating changed sets of criteria, tools, processes, representation as well in different boards and structures. And as I said, we have this touch point 5 years after we have signed. And many of us signed, of course, in 22 and 23. So we're looking at a time frame of 27, 28. And this leads me to the first message. And I don't think you mentioned that in your points. That we now have to more precisely define what success looks like in 27, 28. So this means that we must have a clear set of performance indicators. And very importantly, combined with that, we have to make sure that we have the data or the evidence to fill these indicators. So basically, what will be the evidence that we have a reform leading to higher quality and higher impact of our research? This is not easy. Obviously, this is not an easy task, but we have to give it a go. We have to do that to guide the progress and also to monitor the progress. The second reason why I think this conference has been very timely, and of course this has also been a topic of many of the discussions, is in the sense that new technologies such as AI and quantum, of course it's changing the way that science and research is undertaking. Of course it's going even further. It's changing economic structures, it's changing power balances, it's changing, to quote again from one of the breakout sessions, it's changing the world order, as one of the panelists said. So this means that, taking it back now to research and research assessment, AI is not only accelerating data analysis and knowledge synthesis, it also raises very important questions around integrity, transparency, biases, fairness, and how we are attributing the different excellent contributions to research. So it has an impact, all these technological developments, it has an impact for the research assessment frameworks that we need to make sure that they are adapted to ensure that at the same time they recognize diverse forms of scholarly output, they prioritize standards, but also standards, of course, of quality, but also take into account these issues or these elements of responsibility. So transparency, ethics, integrity, inclusivity. So this leads me to the second message, which is that in the progress of implementing the different principles, we have to stay very firm in our assessment systems and frameworks on a framework that truly supports excellence. Something I already mentioned yesterday, that this is one of the basis of why we at the European Commission also engaged in the whole initiative around reforming research assessment, is this pursuit of excellence principle. And I wrote down here, allow me to quote from the pact. But actually Jens's question just a few minutes ago almost quoted from the pact, where it says that your excellent is related to the fact that quality implies, of course, first and foremost, that research is world-class. So it's a significant step forward compared to the current state of the art. But at the same time, it also says that it's research, excellent research, is research that produces verifiable and reproducible results, and also is carried out through transparent research processes and methodologies. And then it continues in the same principle that the research assessment system should comply with this principle and reward quality accordingly. The third reason I think that this conference is very timely is in the sense that geopolitics is evolving faster than ever at this point in time. We discussed this, of course, also this morning, narratives around research security, technological sovereignty, data sovereignty. And as we all know, this is putting strains on openness, on sharing, on alignment, on collaboration. That these are features, of course, that we have seen all lead to improved research quality, research efficiency, and impact. We have also seen, and we heard that also from yesterday's keynote, false narratives. But even more than that, we have seen changes to parts of databases. We have seen even closing down completely access to certain databases because of certain political narratives. And this also, of course, is putting strains on open research information, on transparent research information. And this leads me to the third message, which I don't think was so prevalent in what you displayed, but I think it's really very important that we need to ensure even closer interactions between very closely related initiatives. So of course, between different reform of research assessment initiatives, DORA, CLASCO, DORA and QUARA, so the three main ones that are already represented and already closely collaborating. But let me add also much closer interactions and collaboration between these research assessment reform initiatives and initiatives around non-for-profit open access scholarly publishing. So of course we have the Diamond Open Access Action Plan, we have the Open Research Europe Open Access Publishing Platform, and other similar initiatives. Also close collaboration between research assessment and reform initiatives and open research information initiatives. Of course, the Barcelona Declaration immediately come to mind. And then thirdly, and this you did touch on, is the relationship between research assessment and reforms, which is, as I said yesterday, a key element, a key functional structural policy element of the European research area, and other parts, other elements of the European research area. So you mentioned the European Research Area Act, which we have in mind to issue around September next year. So a few questions to end with. And it's a bit also on a personal account. This is not the Commission position. We have an open consultation for the time being. Based on that, we will gather further evidence and come up with the usual documents. But I think we heard yesterday and today, this is not about imposing prescriptive requirements on institutions. Rather, this is a movement that is really rooted around common principles, joint commitments, mutual learning, action plans at the institutional level. So respecting the principles, but also allowing for the necessary differences in implementation at the institutional level. But still, we can ask the question, would research assessment be accelerated, for instance, if there were to be a right of researchers or research organizations to, by law, requiring that all of their research contributions would be part of an assessment? Question mark. Can we link research assessment also to any measures around diversity of research careers or around mobility of researchers? Can we link, because there is a link, of course, between research assessment and the freedom of scientific research? These are elements that are candidates also to be in an ERA Act. So let me end with an invitation, which is the fact that we have extended the public consultation on the ERA Act. So it's up to you to have your say also until the 23rd of January. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Michael. It's been a pleasure working with you and your team also to organize the conference, and thank you again for the generous support. Next to the floor will be the chair of the ERA steering board, Professor Henk Kummeling. Please welcome him. It works.
Okay. I certainly want to start with by praising and thanking the organization for putting together such a great conference with extremely relevant topics and speakers that further sharpened our thoughts and feelings. A round of applause for them. And it was a pity that I couldn't break myself into 3 parts in order to attend all the breakup sessions, but luckily we just heard that all these sessions were being recorded. Thank you very much for that. If this conference was really too short, as you said, or the only criticism, I should probably take the Fidel Castro approach to short speeches. They took 5 hours approximately, but no, don't you worry, it's only 5 minutes. A meeting like this has always a bit of the character of preaching to the converted, but it was also clear that it was about practicing what you preach. And that became very clear yesterday afternoon when, one of the speakers was announced, and his quality was mainly addressed in terms of being one of the top % most cited people in his field. And immediately we heard a buzz and a lot of laughter in the room. Okay, it was clear that somebody hadn't got the memo. Fortunately, it was followed by a flashy story that dripped with quality of content about misinformation and the threats to democracy. And the rise of populism threatens not only democracy as such, but also science, which is inextricably linked to it. And science provides knowledge and insights that do not fit at all into populist narratives. This not only results in anti-science rhetorics, but also huge budget cuts and far-reaching misinformation. We have to do something about that, and we can indeed do something about that. The broad open science movement has the important goal of improving and perhaps even re-establishing the contact between science and society. And a core element of open science is, of course, the reform of research assessment. Enter COARA. David has asked me to say a few words about COARA's strategy, and of course we want to have more members, and we want to see more national chapters. And I would like to say again that yesterday during our birthday celebration, we welcomed the brand new national chapter of Denmark to COARA. Our Danish colleagues are quite, well, rather quiet now, but yesterday they were waving flags and cheering. Yeah. We will also continue to work further on further alignment with other important initiatives, such as DORA, so that together we can push developments in the right direction even more firmly. We will take an intensive look at what has been achieved so far, what has not yet been done, and we also evaluate whether we can be satisfied to a certain extent, whereby we must, of course, find a clear answer to what indeed, Michael, success looks like. And on the basis of which criteria do we actually want to assess this? But the core of what we have to do is, of course, and now I start to sound like the house parrot of Michael Arentoft, implementation, implementation, implementation. You said this yesterday. That the urgency is great here, once again, was evident yesterday from the heartbreaking story of Jensi Flores Bueso. Young talent must be given the space to develop in many ways, including through public engagement. We have a great need for knowledge brokers to restore the relationship with society. Scientists, and certainly leaders in science, who say that they really want to reform, but don't know how, will soon have no excuse. For example, this is wonderful already, the DORA practical guide to implementing responsible research assessment. And from now on, large amounts of tools and instruments will become available from COARA. So many that we have to prevent the community from drowning in all these tools and instruments, I fear, together with some of the members of the steering board. But on the other hand, all that inventiveness is also hopeful. We are working on a major cultural change. I'm not going to the metaphor of the backyard, of the graveyard anymore. And that cultural change will never be finished. Science continues to evolve as long as we are critical. But for now, COARA mainly wants to ensure that the glass with reform of research assessment becomes fuller than half full. And I share Maria Lipton's positive view, as you can hear. And finally, I would like to take this opportunity to call upon all members of COARA here present to participate in our upcoming General Assembly that will take place next week on Wednesday the 10th. We have a few very important decisions to make, and we are voting for new members for the steering board. Let's see to it that we have very sensible reformers come in to that steering board. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Henk. And again, thank you also for having collaborated on shaping the program for this conference and your tremendous leadership in this space. Now actually to the final speaker of the conference, another dear grandmother, I would say, of COARA and reforming research assessment. Even though she's still pretty young, she really made a tremendous impact on this field. Lydia Barem, Damien, please join us here.
Thank you, David. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, David and I had an indicator of success of the conference. How full the room will be when I will start my speech. So, well, I think it's pretty good, David. So, congratulations. I think indeed it has been a fantastic conference, and I think we have been doing what I don't know if you have captured the subliminal message of the logo, with all these dots connecting in the background of research assessment. And I think that's what we have been doing these 2 days. We have been reinforcing the links, making new ones, hopefully, to move forward on the agenda of research assessment. So I think the major objective of this conference is well achieved, and I hope that the effects will be long-lasting, because although we have heard many things that we all know and share, we also have heard many challenges and many challenging endeavors ahead of us. Let me start. I also have structured this in kind of 3 main messages. I think it's practical. We heard from the very high level and very inspirational documents, the United Nations Pact for the Future. We have heard the UNESCO Open Science Recommendation, all these big agendas that call for education and science as a public good. And I think that all of us here in the room are honoring that principle and working towards it. And to do that, we are here more concentrating on research and innovation. And I think that above all, we are here for academic rigor, for scholarly principles, and for excellence, because this underpins the rest. So I think that apart from that, those very overarching value, we have all these other values that we have been presenting, sharing, commenting, equity, diversity and inclusion, collegiality, ethics and integrity, etc. All of them of extreme importance, especially in the current situation that we are witnessing as a human species, where many of the old-fashioned values, I'm not saying they are wrong, I'm just saying old-fashioned, are being challenged. In doing so, we, the Europeans, we're mostly Europeans here in this room, we have a long tradition, scholar heritage. And we sometimes are very confident on that and come across very strongly to other regions in the world. So here's a call for all of us. We have heard from different people, both Europeans and non-Europeans, that the way they see things, the excellence, the scholarly value, well, they may share some things, they may share the values, but they express it differently, and it means different things for them in their own context. So there is an enormous need to contextualize what we promote as values of research. So I think that while we may not always be aware of the historical and societal backgrounds that are at play when we all come to the table to discuss those important principles, we need to be open to hear. We need to be open to challenge our own beliefs, our own system beliefs, because what comes from those others that are not in the table is also very rich. And you only need to go one by one and start the conversation with one knowledgeable person of that country, and all of a sudden, your brain is inundated with new knowledge. I think this is a tremendous value. And as we said before, here, there are, even in Europe, there are big miss-outs in the room. So this is not only about the European or non-European thing, but it is a human thing that we all need to be aware of. This morning, on this stage, there was this dialogue on cooperation versus competition, and how bad it is to have an imbalance, whether too much cooperation or too much competition. Well, I think that the issue is not so much balance of cooperation and competition. The issue is, what is the end goal? What do we want? What do we aim? And put the cooperation and the competition at the service of those goals. and use them wherever is most convenient. Use them as positive input and not so much as a war between them. I think that the promotion of the values that we believe and defining ways of tracking how those values are embedded in institutions, how they are embedded in research teams, is of essence. And I think that is homework for all of us to further discuss how we can track if we are honoring the values that we are preaching. We may find a lot of surprises. My second message is about assessment, research assessment as underpinning the access to publish and the access to read, the access to use and reuse, etc. Research assessment really drives what is available to the research community. Therefore, the more we can engage the leadership of the academic community. And when I say leadership, I'm not saying only the heads of organizations or the heads of those at the forefront of research funding organizations, research performing, universities. I refer about the leadership in the researchers community as well. So researchers really taking the ownership for what they publish, taking the ownership for what they want to make it out there in the open as a contribution to society. So I think that the leadership as a concept for research assessment also needs to be developed. And this leadership is across all sectors of research institutions and research actions, in fact. The fact that many young researchers are educated, not everywhere in the world, but in some places, in a very open mindset, opens up new horizons for us. We need to listen to them. We need to listen to their need for openness and indeed open more the scholarly field through, as Michael put it very nicely, for scholarly publications that are open for all, free for authors and free for readers. And last but not least, my third point is about this stewardship role of the scholarly community. I think that researchers, institutions, governments, managers, even science communicators struggle with the communication of science to society. Because all of us, in whatever constituency capacity you are here in the room, we are highly technical people. That's unavoidable. That's how we are. We have been educated in highly technical competences. Very difficult to transmit to society. Yet society is paying for our works, or at least most of us in public research organizations. So there is a lot of homework on raising up the public trust in science. And above all, these are the economic forces that play around, that are so difficult. And after all, we know so little, because every one of us know what happens in their country or in their region. There is little that is really known in depth across systems. And I think this is something that we lack to take more appropriate measures. When talking about governments and political regimes and the difficulties of some countries, geopolitical differences, the need for research security, etc. Well, yes, of course, we cannot be naive. We need to face the reality, but we are scientists. Therefore, we need to put a look beyond the current reality. We need to look beyond what is today, need to close. Maybe it's temporary. Hopefully, it's temporary. We need to look beyond. We need to look for an open future. The research community, and Elisa, I think from Brazil, made a clear example of how the researchers during COVID times stood up in front of the government to pray for vaccines. Well, we need to do the same and keep working for openness of science. Yet, we can only advance at the speed of trust. Therefore, we need to work more on the trust in science. I take advantage of this platform to say that David will be welcome next week in Paris, where we are hosting a conference on public trust in science, co-hosted with the colleagues from the French Research Agency, where we are going to deepen precisely on the aspects surrounding the lack of public trust in science and what can we research community do to remediate that. Let me end with a short note of thanks to the Commission and thanks to the Member States that in 2022 and 2023 issued those great EU Council recommendations that enabled many European countries to catch up with open science, with scholarly communication, and with research assessment, and underpinned many reforms at national level. We need more of this, Michael, take note. But I'm sure that you will address this in the upcoming ERA Act. We look at the ERA Act, at least from Science Europe, as an enabler and supportive piece of legislation, as you said. So let's hope it will be like that, because we have the proof that these accompanying measures, they are a stimulus for research organizations to change. Congratulations to the Danish presidency that you symbolize here today. Congratulations to the colleagues in COARA. Thank you very much for your engagement. The DORA, the FOLEC, which I hope that will be here around next time, and any other initiatives that are addressing research assessment and try to do their best to make forward this agenda. And with this, I would like to thank you all for their quiet attention and see you next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I just have one more person I need to thank before we can close this event, and that has been the person who have got us through all the sessions in a safe pace and with a very competent hand. Nicholas Perkins. Nicholas, thank you so much, pal. Thank you, guys. Safe journey, and thank you for coming.